We have copies of this morning's agenda up here on the desk if anyone wants to get a copy of the agenda.
Good morning, everyone. It's a good morning for me anyway. So glad to have everyone here. Today is Tuesday, October the 12th, 2021, and we're going to officially call this committee meeting of the whole to order. I'd like to welcome everyone here. We're going to begin with a few items this morning. We do have a decent agenda today that will take us at least through lunch today, as well as an executive session that will last probably anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. So at this time, we'll look at the item 1A is the minutes of the Committee of the Whole from September the 14th, 2021. And I have a motion to accept the minutes as written. Got a motion by Commissioner Bronson, second by Commissioner Howell. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. And that motion carries unanimously, be sent to consent agenda. We do have one commissioner who is participating by telephone today, Commissioner Seth Clark, Pro Tem Seth Clark cannot be here today, but he's participating by telephone. We have any announcements? No announcement. We're going to move on to several appointments that we have to authorities, boards, and commissions. And I know we have a few people here today, so we want to recognize them while they're here. Our first item is item 3A, is a resolution appointing Angela J. Hale to the United Way Brookdale Board. That's my motion. Ms. Hale, could you please stand? You should have received all of your information regarding her background. This is the joint board that we put together based on the funding we did for the Brookdale Warming Center. The county would be appointing 40% of those members. We appointed myself and Spencer Hawkins last time, and we have 2 today, completing our 4 of our 10 appointments, and United Way will appoint the other 6. So that's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Bronson. And any discussion in regards to Ms. Hale? Hear no discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Move on to item 3B, which is a resolution appointing Terry Marion to complete a term of 4 years to the Macon-Bibb County Animal Welfare Appeal Board. Ms. Marion here today? Okay. You've got all of our information. This is a board that we need to have another member on, and if you have any questions, please let us know. That is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Wynn. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. We have a motion, Resolution C, which is a resolution appointing Tansy Kilcrease to Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful Board. Ms. Kilcrease is here today. She's our number 2 in charge of the Bibb County School Board and a dear friend of mine. I think she'll be an excellent replacement for Dr. Curtis Jones. So that is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Bronson again. Any discussion in that regard?
I was just wondering, are you trying to get a upstart on the new school superintendent?
I'll reserve comments at a later time on that one, but I'm glad Ms. Kilcrease is here today. We know that Dr. Jones is completing his term, and we certainly appreciate him for everything he's done, and Dr. Kilcrease is going to be taking over on this particular board right now, and I'm sure she'll be one of the considered candidates for that position. So we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and is to be sent to consent agenda. Going to move on to a resolution D, which is appointing Natasha Christian to Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful Board. Ms. Christian is here today present. You have all of her information. She'll be a new member of that board. That is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Wynn. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously to be sent to consent agenda. Thank you for being here, Ms. Christian. Going to move on to our final appointment today, which is another appointment to the United Way Brookdale Board. That's item E, is a resolution appointing Jamelia Stewart to United Way Board as my appointment. Can I get a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Bronson. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Wilder. Any discussion? And Ms. Stewart, did you stand up? I'm sorry. Thank you. I want everybody to know who you are. We've got your credentials and appreciate you being here this morning. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Thank you for being here. If each of you would like to leave, this will be a good time to do that. We have a very lengthy hearing today, but we certainly welcome you to stay if you want to. We've got new alcohol beverage licenses. We have items A, B, C, and D. I think that's all we have. Those items were previously tabled at another event, and we're going to move those to the bottom of the calendar to after executive session. So we'll skip those items now, but we'll revisit them in a little while to discuss them if they're moved from the table. We're going to move to acceptance of roads. 5A is a resolution to authorize the acceptance and registration of 2 unregistered paved roads in Barrington Place subdivisions for public use as part of the county road system. That is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Wynn. Does anyone have any questions in regards to this process and how it works on accepting roads? Okay. It's more of a formality, but I want to make sure for new commissioners here, if there's any questions, we have people here to answer that. Here, no,
That's with a refresher, that'd be fine.
yeah. You want,
Jim Johnson from engineering.
okay. How you doing? If you don't mind identifying yourself and if you'll give a little information on that.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. My name's Adriana Beavers. I'm with the County Attorney's Office. Commissioner Watkins, would you mind repeating the question? I'm a little hard of hearing back there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think for these items of accepting roads, just wanted to talk a little bit about the process of the county accepting roads.
So generally, when a development is created, on the plat and the maps of it that are filed with the real estate records, the developer will dedicate the roads to the county or whatever governmental body is in place for that area. The dedication is essentially an offer to the local government to accept the roads and maintain them, but it is an offer that doesn't expire. So dedications from several decades ago are still valid. These are newer developments, so this is a recent dedication. So the local government, the commission can choose to accept or just not do anything about the dedication at the time. Based on the recommendation of the engineering department, they have requested that these roads be accepted for maintenance and to be added to the county road system.
And my assumption is that they meet the minimum standards of all our roads before
They
we accept
do,
them?
yes, sir. The department inspects them before making their recommendation to make sure that they comply with all our needs for roads.
Thank you.
Thank you for that information. We also have engineering here. If there's any additional questions, perhaps they can answer those questions, but just to make sure that we had someone here. Thank you for those questions, Commissioner Watkins. We do have a motion and second. If there's no further questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. We have a similar item on B, which is a resolution to authorize acceptance and registration of 3 unregistered paved roads in the Allentown subdivision Phase 2 and Phase 3 for public use as part of the county road system. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. Any discussion regarding this road? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. We're going to move on to commemorative and dedicated items. Item 6A is a resolution authorizing acceptance and installation of a commemorative bench in honor of Robert A.B. Rickard and Dale E. Rickard at Tatnall Square Park. I'm understanding that this is going to be something that's presented to them and dedicated and provided by the Tatnall Square Friends of Tatnall Square, my bad, and nothing that the county is actually going to be responsible for. So that is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Wynn. Any discussion in regards to that item? Hearing no discussion, all those I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones?
Just a curiosity, because I've heard former Mayor Rickard say he didn't ever want anything named after him. So I'm assuming, and he shouldn't assume anything, but I'm assuming that someone checked with them and said, this is what we want to do. Do you agree with that?
This is not naming. This is just a bench in their honor that they'll have there, and they
I see
presented
Miss
that.
Ross smiling over there because she knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember the conversation. So, any additional questions? That's correct, Ms. Wynn. Your question you asked, is this going to just have a plate there for him that they're going to purchase? Yes.
I know it still has his name, but that's just
Right.
all it is, really.
Okay, and I think Commissioner Clark had a question. Yes, sir, go ahead, Mr. Clark. Okay, add it as a sponsor. We'll take care of that. Any other questions in regarding this bench? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Next, we have item B, which is an ordinance of appropriation amount not to exceed $500 from fund balance to Parks and Beautification for the purpose of purchasing and installing signage dedicating a bench in honor of Aziz and Royal Webb of Macon-Bibb County, located at 1420 Telfair Street. That is my motion. Can I get a second? second by Commissioner Howell. We have any questions in regard to this item? This is a standard $500 fee that we've been putting in there because before we would pass these and need funds appropriated for signage. You have the information contained in there about all the great things that each of these folks did and their relationship to this particular area there. So we do have a motion and second. There's no further questions. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item C is a final resolution authorizing the acceptance and installation of a plaque and the dedication of a tree in memory of Douglas Lee Creighton at Carolyn Creighton Park. As my motion, can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. Likewise, this is something that the family has taken care of. There's no obligation on behalf of Macon-Bibb County, but this is something that's required to go through our process. Commissioner, you have a question? Mr. Water?
Talking about like these trees that are dedicated, I've had someone contact me recently wanting to do that for a teenage son that passed away. Who would they contact to follow up on something like this?
Contact Parks and Beautification, Michael Glisson. Thank you for that question. We have a motion and second to approve. If there's no further questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. We have several acceptance of grants this morning. Item 7A is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of fiscal year 2022 HEAT grant from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety in the amount of $109,295.01 with no local match to be used by the Bibb County Sheriff's Office to provide heat-related enforcement operating expenses, travel, and telecommunications. Can I get a motion to approve? Commissioner Bronson, get a second? Second, Commissioner Wynn. Any question in regard to this acceptance of a grant? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item 7B is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of scrap tire abatement reimbursement program grant in an amount of up to $50,000 from the Environmental Protection Division in the Georgia Department of Natural Resources with no local match requirement. That's sponsored by myself as well as, I believe, Commissioner Howell. Would you like to make that motion, Commissioner Howell? Motion by Commissioner Howell. Can I get a second by Commissioner Wilder? Any questions in regard to the scrap tire amnesty period that we have in this grant? I know that
Good morning, Commissioners. This is a follow-up grant to the one we did a couple of months ago to where we are being reimbursed for the scrap tires in the right-of-way. That was one grant. This is an additional grant for Amnesty Day that we will have, and I believe that day is scheduled for November 13th. We're going to be publicizing it. We've already had the 2 public meetings with all the tire companies in the community. And so now we're going to enforce, making sure we're checking their registers and everything of their disposal. And now we're also doing an Amnesty Day where we're going to set up a site at Public Works, or I'll verify the site location on November 13th, where the community can bring us all the scrap tires.
Mr. Till, would you have a question?
So in the meantime, what are we doing about, or those tires that are being taken to places? There's a location in a, first of all, let me ask you the question, is it something that we allow tires to be taken to residents and piled up?
We do. We collect them either at our Public Works site out on Knight Road or down at the landfill. We collect them, and there we can pile them. And that's what the first grant was. We're treating all tires that are brought into us in that first grant.
So neighbors can collect tires themselves in their neighborhood and so forth?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. We do have a motion and seconds. Any further questions? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item C is a resolution authorizing acceptance of a grant from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety in the amount of $18,200 with no local match to be used by the Macon-Bibb County IT Pedestrians on the Move event. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Commissioner Bronson makes that second. Commissioner Watkins.
Aisha,
Yes, sir.
I got here a little late, but somebody's on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Who? What's that?
Commissioner Pro Tem Clark.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. How many of those do we get now?
You get 2, and this will be his last one until January 1st. That's right. We hope this is going to be his last one. We have a motion and second. Is that right?
Yes.
On this particular item, is any other questions? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Item D is a resolution of Macon-Bibb County Commission to authorize the mayor to execute a sub-grant agreement granting and accepting emergency solutions grant, coronavirus, ESG funds from the amount of $482,165.01 for upgrades made at the Brookdale Resource Center. Would someone like to make that motion? A motion by Commissioner Howell. Get a second? Second by Commissioner Wilder. As you remember, this particular item here is what we've been discussing for a while. We had some grant funds coming in. We needed to go through the process to make sure that we secure the showers, some restaurant equipment, some IT, as well as washers and dryers, and they've been going through this process for a while, and this is the accepting the grant for this amount. We have not went through, we haven't completed the process on procurement in that yet for these particular items, but this is the first step in that process. Any particular questions on this item, Commissioner Wynn?
So much that a question, but does the Brookdale Center accept donations of furniture?
You can address that with United Way. Specific items they may need, if they post, they do accept those items, but they don't want to, people just to randomly drop off their old
Just
furniture there.
called George McCandless or somebody like that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that question. Any additional questions on this item? We do have a motion and second. No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. I'm sorry.
Done. That means that we're gonna put out an RFP and somebody's gonna do the work, or that go to the United Way?
That's a good question. I'm not sure on the procurement policy if that's going to be done through United Way or through our policy, but I know that we've been working on that.
We are going to do it through our system, and we probably will have those contracts hopefully ready for you even maybe next Tuesday. There are 2 state contracts that they're using for construction management to make the improvements and the supplies, but they're working on that currently.
And I guess at some point that'll also be when we get like the renderings of how many beds, how many showers. That it's not. It's just stuff I'm kind of curious about.
I will make sure that we can have some sort of rendering that shows how many beds that we're going to be using, where they're putting the showers.
Yeah, I think all that should be part of that procurement, and I believe we have 6 male, 6 female showers, and all the breakdowns on the bed. We've been given some metal frames from Salvation Army, and we've ordered some mattresses, I believe, that are coming in, but we'll have this entire bed account as well as the furniture, the equipment list for the kitchen, and the shower list, as well as the technology. They're all broken down through procurement. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Watkins. We do have a motion and second. No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. And I saw our interim fire chief, Shane Edwards, here, so I know he would like to see item 8A. Item 8A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a design build contract with Warren Associates for the design and construction of a fire safety training facility in the amount not to exceed $2.8 million to be paid from 2018 SPLOST proceeds, public safety, fire station, property line item. I get a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Wilder, second by Commissioner Wynn. Several other sponsors, I agree. Just briefly, Interim Chief Edwards, just talk a little bit about the need for this particular item and the process you went through for procurement so far.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to be here. This is, of course, the tour that we took back in early first part of the year with our training complex at the Tinker Drive Fire Training area. This is a process we started right after we had that tour. We actually formed a committee in-house with the fire department. Chief Stevens, our training chief, Lieutenant Garen Flanders is on that committee as well, and myself, to where we brought in, started looking at putting together an RFQ for somebody to come on board that could basically oversee this project. Somebody that had the qualifications that can supervise all the management of it, the products, the materials, equipment, systems, labor services, and things like that that we'll need to oversee this project to make sure that it takes place. And so it's been a long ride since January that we've been talking about it, but we are very glad to be at this point right here, and we're ready to move forward with Warren and Associates and kind of break ground on this and make some things happen.
Thank you, Chief. We do have a motion and second. Any further questions? Commissioner Tillman.
Anytime a central charger stands before me, I have to at least I try to ask a question or try to put some stuff into perspective. Now, the chief has been interim for at least 8 months, and now we've watched some of these folks that we brought in. So, what's the status of getting a new fire chief, or go ahead and making the central charger our fire chief?
Well,
We're steadily hiring folks. We're bringing other folks in and dancing around. This is a Macon native. This is a central charger. I mean, what's going on here?
I've instructed the new HR director to go ahead and post that position, making it available for anyone to apply beginning this next month. So you'll see that posted, and we'll interview applicants, and I'm sure that the interim chief may apply. Thank you for that remark. Commissioner Watkins.
I was curious just on the 2.8 million. It comes from the SPLOSH timeline?
Yes, we adjusted this several months ago to move it up on the SPLOSH timeline up to $2.8 million, and y'all approved that. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wynn?
Is this the same location that we looked at where you have a training facility now?
That's correct.
So you're just going to use that property out there?
We are.
Same area. We own that property and a lot of acreage around that, so we thought it'd be best.
I'm
used to use the
looking forward to it.
We are too.
State of the art.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. We do have a motion and second. If there's no further questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously. Be sent to the consent agenda. Item B is a resolution by the mayor to execute a second amendment to the lease agreement in T-Mobile South LLC to allow T-Mobile to replace and install additional panel antennas and related equipment on the county's tower structure located at 456 Guy Payne Road to increase annual base rent to $60,196.50 for such additional. That is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. Any question in regard to this item? Seeing no questions, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bronson?
More so torn toward Verizon, if you would consider. No, I'm kidding.
You're advocating for Verizon, I hear you. Any other relevant, pertinent questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously. Be sent to the consent agenda. Item C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Johnson Controls Fire Protection, LP, in an amount of $73,175 for the design and project management of a new fire alarm system for the Macon Coliseum, with funds to be paid from the 2018 SPLOSH Fund Culture, Recreation, Coliseum Property Line item. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Bronson. Any question in regards to this particular item? Seeing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item D is a resolution of the mayor to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Johnson Controls Fire Protection, LP, in an amount of $141,520 for the purchase and installation of equipment required to separate the current fire system for the Coliseum and the Convention Center, with funds to be paid from the 2018 SPLOSH Fund Culture, Recreation, Coliseum Property Line item. As my motion, can I get a second? Second by Commissioner, I heard Wynn, I think, first. Okay. Second by Commissioner Wynn. Any follow-up questions in this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item 9A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a purchase agreement with Subpen, I guess that's how you say that, corporation, in an amount of $574,472 for the purchase of a triple combination fire pumper that you can see on your screen to be paid from Capital Improvement Fund, Fire Department, Vehicles line item. Can I get a motion to approve? Got Commissioner Bronson, second by Wilder. Commissioner Wilder. Any questions for the chief in regards to this particular pumper? Okay, I see no questions. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item 9B is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a landscape maintenance service agreement with Paulk Landscaping and Nursery to perform landscape maintenance services for recreation facilities in the amount of $388,800 to be paid for from the general fund recreation maintenance contract and labor contractual services line item. Included in your packet was all the procurement information about how this went about and how the group was selected. If you have any questions in that regard, I'll hear from you now before we have a motion and second. Mr. Watkins?
What are they doing exactly? For all our recreation facilities?
For the recreation centers, yes.
And I guess we've gotten to the point where we don't do that in-house anymore?
Correct, Commissioner. This is going to be done outside. We're getting contractors to do every recreation facility.
I assume that means there are like a lot of vacancies in that division that we have savings from?
If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Moffitt, you may want to clear this up. We previously had another company doing a lot of these recreation centers, but that company said they could no longer meet the staffing needs, so they withdrew their contract with Macon-Bibb County.
That is correct.
So we put it back out for bid, and Paulk was a successful bidder.
That is correct.
Okay.
If you recall, we do some in-house. And we had a contractor, a vendor for years. We were notified in the spring. The vendor that had the contract no longer performed the service, so we put it back out for bid. But again, the list of what they would be cutting in there, I think it's like 38 parcels they'll be cutting for us.
Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. Commissioner Jones?
My question, so we've had outside contractors
Yes, sir.
before. I wasn't aware of that. So
Yes, sir.
they're going to landscape it and maintain it.
Correct.
So our Parks and Beautification won't have to do that, nor will Public Works.
Correct. We have it divided up amongst the size of the parcels. You know, you have some of the irregular shaped parcels that just takes a lot of manpower to get to that we have on that list, as well as some of the buildings. So we kind of have it set up in a most efficient manner.
Similar amount to what we've been spending.
I don't know the exact
It's
percent
gone up
increase,
like
but
everything else.
Yeah, it did go up a little bit, which is why the original vendor could not maintain it.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Wilder?
I did just want to, for people just watching, help, you answered most of it when you said they had pulled their contract. But I've had several calls lately about a couple of the different rec centers, and just to help the public understand what all they do and what was going on. So, they will be maintaining and cutting all the grass on the properties. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think most of us have at least noticed that the recreation centers, they've been behind in getting grass cut and maintaining landscaping, and it's because this particular company was up front with Macon-Bibb County and said they could no longer contract with us because they couldn't provide the service because they had no staffing. So they gave us a termination letter, and we were, at that point in time, had to put it out for bid, and these were successful bidders. And then there is a list contained. This is something I look back in the county even before I arrived, and it's something the county has always done to supplement their own grass cutting, especially with parks and recreation, as they've looked to outside agencies to do so. So this is something just simply replacing a vendor that we had before with another vendor. Commissioner Wynn?
Sir, like Commissioner Jones, I was not aware that we were contracting out a lot of this work or any of this work. Is there any consideration to bring it back in-house, hire enough people and get enough staff to do this? And would that be a better option as far as financially, how it would work financially?
We've looked at it both ways. As you mentioned, bringing it in-house would require hiring more, and just trying to keep up with that level of employment. We've still run about 6 to 8 vacancies in parks at any given time for a number of reasons. He is continuing trying to hire people, but again, with the vacancies and getting behind, much like the cemeteries, so we found this to be more an expedient route in using an outside vendor to help us, especially in the high seasons where they can cut more faster for us, and then in the slower seasons we can kind of catch up in the winter.
How long has it been contracted out?
At least, this is.
I'm looking back on board docs. I can see 2016 Polk
Okay.
Landscaping had various parks and recreation facilities, and at that time, let's see, it was more like 200,000, so it has gone up. You were asking earlier.
Yeah.
But we really have for years. If you remember, we had a conversation even when we broke up recreation and parks and beautification. that we were trying to do a difference in active and passive parks. But within recreation, they still have a lot of land that they need to have mowed. And so they continue to have people within the department that take care of the fields, but this is really just all the surrounding areas that Polk does for them and has for several years.
Okay, not wanting to beat a dead horse, but just wanted to ask if that was something we could consider bringing back in.
I think so, Commissioner Wynn. We've looked at everything. Of course, staffing is always an issue right now, but the other issue as well is we have growing seasons, whereas if we had a full-time staff and paid benefits the entire year as opposed to having some part-time staff for seasonal, it's less expensive right now for us, but something, if the commission wants to, we can always look at doing that. But I did go back and look at the votes on that, and I remember when the new commissioners were getting trained and we were sitting in on the Zoom calls, this particular item came back up and it was voted unanimously by the commission, so I assumed it had the most majority of support.
And just one additional, it is a budget item. We do budget for this.
I'm assuming we would have, of course, but I just, when you say there's a low season or a season when the growth is not there, could we use those personnel to do cleanup? I mean, it's trash all over that I wish could be cleaned up. So there's an option for those people to do something different, I think. But that's
Okay.
just me.
Thank you for your information. Mr. Tillman?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you always find a way to take a shot at the old commission. And it's no old commission, it's a commission. The people in Congress, you never hear them say the old Congress did this or the old Congress is the Congress. With that being said, parks and beautifications, when we're talking about hiring outside folks, we came here and we tried to do the same thing with waste management and trash service, and we know how that's gone. So I'm very skeptical about people saying they can't do the job, and then there's a new company gonna come in and bid and just get our money, and then they're not able to do the job as well, because that's what's happening with the trash and recycles and all of that stuff right now. So my question is, we're paying not only this company, but we're also paying the Georgia Department of Corrections as well. What are they doing? Also, there are probationers out there. There are over 560 probationers out there that's having to do community service. So who's coordinating all this stuff? Because the probationers and the folks out there that's doing it as a community service for free, we're paying GDOT for the prisoners, and now we're going to pay this company, plus we're paying our own Parks and Beautification department. So it seems like there needs to be some coordination, and I think this commission needs to be very skeptical about hiring somebody else to come and do some work that another company said we don't have the manpower. Well, where do they have the manpower from? Because we know that the new trash companies and recycle companies said the same thing. And folks, trash and recycles can't get picked up.
I agree with your comments. The numerous questions you asked, Parks Director is the one that's responsible for coordinating all these activities, along with the Public Work Director when it comes to the use of prison labor. But if you recall, we've told you during this COVID, we have a reduction in that prison labor, so we've not been able to use that resource. But we only pay for that as they show up. So if they're not showing up, we're not paying for them. So that's two questions. Parks is coordinating it. Prison labor is very spotty. The answer to community service, the Parks Director coordinates that also. I believe they show up on like Saturday morning. We try to do the litter pickup, but again, that is depending on the number of people they send to us for that community service. But to answer your question, it comes down to accountability. Much like the trash issue, a lack of service, we all hear about that. Much like if we start hearing about the grass not being cut, but I don't think we have, well, I can't say we don't have that many complaints, because we do have complaints, but we are, it's nowhere at the level of the other issue that you referred to. So we are coordinating that.
Dr. Moffitt, this is not directed at you, but I want you to realize something now. In the COVID area, most folks feel safer outside. Parks and beautifications in these projects happen outside. The Georgia prisons are filled all over the state of Georgia, so there's no shortage of manpower in the prison that can come out on the streets and work. So are we still paying the folks?
We
Did we stop paying everybody because everybody said it's COVID? Are we still paying everybody?
We only pay them when they send prisoners, and they send prisoners. I can get you that schedule, but they did do a significant decrease in sending prisoners when COVID started.
Well, I'm interested in our attorneys and you all. We're looking at the contracts because everybody uses COVID, and it's real. It's a true pandemic, but folks says we can't do this because of COVID. So are we still paying all these folks? And I'm not just talking about this area. Are we still paying the trash folks, the recycle folks, the folks that we were partnering to do the parks and the rec and all of this stuff? Are we paying all these folks that say we have a reduction in service? Cause, are we still paying all these folks?
Only if the work is being performed when it comes to the prison laborers. If they send us prisoners for that week, they invoice us for what they sent for that week.
Well, I would implore that, and I see the auditor here this morning, that we got to go back and look at some of these departments, Madam in-house Auditor Jones, because we may be paying folks that's not doing work. We get so many calls and emails and about services that, if people not doing their job and not giving us services, then we ought to, slow down a reduction in pay as well until we all can get back on track. Because, there's a saying, that's good as a government check, because the check's always in the mail.
I agree with you, but I think you're combining two issues, and one issue we are handling in the way that you're referring to, but when you were talking about the landscaping and using prison labor, we only pay when they send us prisoners. So,
thank you.
Yes.
Anything else from my old commissioner? No. Commissioner Watkins?
I just want to take an opportunity. So grass cutting is what we've been discussing here today. And I just want to share with y'all a project that I've been working on, or we've been working on for some time when it comes to the right-of-ways. Maintaining our grass, picking up the litter is expensive, as you can see by this contract. And a few months ago, I asked the commission we laid out a set of streets within our city to have cut. Today, I think hopefully that stack right there is the gig worker stuff.
That's correct.
All right. So right now we're just using one company to do a large swath of work, and everybody's telling us that they can't do it for some other reason. I'm advocating that we start splitting these things up into small contracts. If a man only got 5 workers for his company, we still should be able to let them do some work, pick up litter or whatever. It's kind of my point on it. But in terms of this, I mean, we need it. The grass is overgrown everywhere. I got questions on, just in general, on how they're going to get it done and how we're going to hold them. I think you make a great, the point of accountability. Good thing about grass is it's easy to hold somebody accountable. Either it's cut, we can ride by, look at it, and hold accountable and get better at that ourselves, because we've gotten away from that. But yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins, and we look forward to hearing that information on the gig economy here in just a moment. We have one more question for Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I missed it, but I've looked at the contract and I don't know what the term of the contract is. How many years?
Every contract's 1 year obligation.
This is drafted as a 1-year contract with the option to renew later.
Okay. So I don't think we can ignore this contract and not vote on it today because we don't have an option available right now. But I think that as we go forward, we need to discuss the things we've been talking about today that have validity and look at it again before we renew. But I think we need to go ahead and do this contract. But I want to know how long we have to do this for, or what we're signing up for. Thank you.
1 year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Great point. Commissioner Jones?
My colleagues, we've got to realize it's a nationwide problem. Everybody didn't come back to work from COVID. Many people never returned. Whether you're talking about a bar, a restaurant, a landscape service, a hospital, or whatever, they didn't all come back. And other things exacerbated the problem, which I won't go into because people think I'm talking politics, and I'm not. But have to trust the county manager and the administration doing their due diligence and picking out folks that can do the job. That problem is gonna arise as it has with our current folks that pick up household garbage and recycling. We're all sick of hearing about that. We're tired of hearing yard debris. But more importantly, recycling and household garbage. It's going to be inconsistent, as I've told constituents, for the rest of the year. And at some point next year, we'll get it all straightened out. But it's a nationwide problem, regardless of what you do for a living. Everybody didn't return to work for whatever reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Commissioner Watkins?
Curious, the name of the company that had the contract prior. I know Parker's getting this award, but who was it last year?
There was two other companies who had the project. I can't recall their names, but I did receive the termination notice from the one. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes, sir. Sometimes it seems like every time we begin to question something that the administration is doing, somebody wants to say we need to have some patience about what somebody else is doing. People didn't come back to work. Well, let me remind you and remind all of us, we have 77 million reasons to put people back to work. And if we as a commission start helping to say where some of that money will go, maybe some folks will come back to work, Only time that everybody speaks up and says yes and I agree is when the mayor comes up and says what he wants to do with the $77 million. So don't keep sitting up here talking about people not coming back to work and we got $77 million. Where's your plan? Where's your resolution? And let's put the money in the community where it goes. Because we have $77 million of a reason to incentivize folks to go back to work. And if we'll put the money in their hands, maybe they'll come back to work, as opposed to just holding on to the money and waiting for one of your buddies to decide where all the money goes.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. We don't have 77 million any longer. We have about 37 to 40 million dollars. So, Mr. Tillman, I'm talking. Be respectful. If I recall, you voted for a lot of those items that I suggested, and I appreciate that. Please don't talk over me, Commissioner Tillman. I was very patient and listened to all the information that you spouted just a moment ago, so I asked you to do the same for me, sir. Likewise, we have about $37 million, and a lot of that money is restricted to not allow some of the things that you're proclaiming to do to get ourselves in trouble. But I don't want to get off a base with this anymore. We have any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, be clear. We have $77 million that was sent down by the federal government.
You saying have or had?
We had $77 million.
You had.
So is there a specific item that a commissioner has asked for that does not qualify? Then I don't see any paperwork or anything that we have been given as a commission to say something that doesn't qualify. More specifically, there are things on this agenda, and I was looking for, I don't know if the attorney didn't have it ready, but there is a resolution that I was proposing to give $125,000 to 5 to 6 organizations of community service that touch on every commissioner's district, from the Ingleside neighborhood, Unionville Neighborhood Association, Bloomfield, Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek Association, to give all of those groups and organizations some of our CARES Act money of $25,000. It's not on the agenda. I don't know, and I think the clerk has it. It should be ready. So we're talking $125,000 out of the $77 million. So motion to add to the agenda.
Got a motion and a second to add an item to the agenda. You're talking about the item I previously discussed with you, told you I was not putting on this agenda?
No, that was the one that I was trying to give $1,000 to all the police officers for 2 to 10 years that you said you didn't want to put on the agenda right now.
As well as this one here.
So this is the other one of the $125,000 to all those neighborhood associations.
Okay.
So I think you're fine with that one. Is that an oversight why that one's down the committee?
No, I did not put it on this agenda. I told you it was already covered in the other items that we have here, and that's included.
Well, I think some of this stuff we need to discuss because that's 125,000, and we've spent up to 18 plus million, and we're talking 125,000 in neighborhood watch associations that could go toward whether it's computers, safety, or whatever their needs are. So, you know, I think we ought to add it on the agenda, or let's have a discussion as to why the $125,000 broken down into all those neighborhood associations, because we know that Commissioner Jones and I share Ingleside. I know they're screaming and hollering about cameras. Some other folks want computers. Some other folks can do their own trash and everything. Most of these folks qualify, have a president, a secretary, and a treasurer. So I think that's something that would qualify, that if we can add at the appropriate time, and I think that's something small that I think every commissioner would support.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. We do have a process, and the process is that you have the attorneys drafted up. The chair did not put it on this agenda. You have an option to add it to the agenda with 5 votes, and I hear you now saying that you are making a motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Watkins. This is not time to discuss that, only to discuss whether or not we're going to add it to this agenda this time.
All right, well, let's discuss this process then, Mr. Mayor. Since day one, we said we are a team, and we don't have a committee system set up because 3 people made that decision and said we don't have a committee system. So therefore, we hadn't met since September 12th, and that's been a month. And not one media outlet has called or raised the issue as to why we hadn't met in a whole month. We passed a resolution that says we want to meet by Zoom, and you decided not to put anything on the agenda. That's why the agenda is full. Nobody's questioned that. So now that you're saying there's a process to send stuff to the attorney and to add it to the agenda, and because you didn't agree, you didn't add it to the agenda. That's basically what you just said.
Commissioner Tillman, I'm the chair. We have a process. You have not followed. You have followed your part of the process, but you must get 5 votes to add this to the agenda if the chair decides not to put it on.
So do we get 5 votes for everything that's added on this agenda, or is it all at your discretion?
You need to look at the charter, sir. I ran for a position.
No, I'm talking about
as
the
a
charter. I'm
strong
talking at you, sir.
I'm telling you now. You and I had this conversation. I specifically told you the reason I was not interested in putting this on this agenda, because you're duplicating something we're already spending money on, and you're intentionally giving 5 organizations out of 88 that we have here in Macon-Bibb County with no vetting process. It's dangerous with federal funds to do so, sir. So therefore, I did not put it on there. You have a motion and second to add it to this agenda. If you do want to add it to that agenda, if you get 5 votes, it'll be added. Otherwise, it will not be added to this agenda. You can discuss the process all you want to. It's not going to change the charter configuration.
Are you saying that Ingleside neighborhood, Unionville Association
Commissioner Tillman,
neighborhood,
we are
and all
not
those
discussing this
associations
issue
are
because
not
it's-
legitimate organizations?
You're out of line, sir. We're not discussing this. We have a motion and second. We don't discuss the issue until it gets added to the agenda for discussion. That's a process. You can't argue and have it and then try to add it to the agenda too. It's either one or the other. So right now, we're trying to add it to the agenda. If it gets added to the agenda, then you can have all the discussions that you want to. So we have a motion and second to add this item to the agenda. We'll call for a vote, and we'll do a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Wynn. Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote? Commissioner Bronson, how do you vote?
Clarification on the description here. We're adding which piece of this agenda?
Commissioner Tillman would like to give 5 neighborhood associations $25,000 to do what they want to do with it for crime prevention. I don't have a copy.
Or the attorney can read it. I think I have it. It didn't say, so they can.
attorney's trying to pull it up. Just one second. You pulled it up? You want to read it? Okay.
The ordinance, it's an ordinance of the Macon-Bibb Commission to authorize the appropriation of up to $125,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds to support community violence intervention programs in disproportionately impacted populations and communities in the form of funding to various neighborhood watch groups as provided for herein and for other lawful purposes. The appropriated $125,000 in ARPA funds to be divided evenly between the Ingleside Association, Bellevue Concerned Citizens, Unionville Neighborhood Association, Walnut Creek Association, and Pleasant Hill Association to be used for violence intervention programs.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Commissioner Bronson, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote? No. Commissioner Clark, how do you vote? No. Commissioner Wilder, how do you vote? Commissioner Howard, how do you vote? No. Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote? Yes. Commissioner Tillman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, that motion fails. Going to move back to item B, 9B, the resolution. That's my motion. Can I get a second for landscaping? Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion on that item? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Item C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an extension of the professional services agreement with AGTAG USA in amount not to exceed $45,000 for the decommission of the legacy maintenance mainframe system in this, I can't see this thing, Information Technology Department to be paid from general fund, Information Technology, IT Legacy System Professional Services Consulting fee item. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by, that's a mouthful, second by Ms. Nguyen. Any discussion in regard to this item? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Item D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a amendment to task release agreement number 4 with Hofstadter Associations to address the leachate outbreaks during the preparation and closure of the Walker Road landfill to additional fee not to exceed $700,000 payable out in 2018 SPLOST revenue Walker Road landfill closure item. As earlier indicated, we did an agreement with Hofstadter Associates. We indicated that we would come back for separate tasks as we may need to do so in process of closing the landfill. This is one of those items as far as closure. The money would be coming from that, and this is because we've had these the leachate outbreaks there. The water runs through there, and something we have to do with EPA as well as closure of the landfill. So would anyone like to make a motion to approve that? Motion by Commissioner Jones. Anybody have a second? Second by Commissioner Nguyen. We have a question. You have a question, Commissioner Watkins?
Contract. I see like in the heading it said 700, but down in one of the whereases towards the bottom it says not to exceed 1.8 million. I just wanted a little bit of explanation for that. The wording, the way it read was kind of tricky to me.
Thank you for your question. It's $700 that's going to be added to the contract. This task release was already approved by commission previously. And so it's an additional $700,000 just for leachate. So what you're seeing is an amendment to task release number 4. It is not a new task release. It is adding an additional $700,000 to what was already approved.
Yeah, and I understand that. So like if I'm understanding correctly, we started with the task order of 2 point and some change $1 million to fix the landfill like normal. Leachate is, I assume, the nasty waste might leak into the water, and we're trying to stop that. It's very important. So we want to, since we start touching it, it's got disrupted, and so now there's another extra $700,000 for that. So bringing the total up to 2.7. Then I see when I go down, I don't know, middle of the exhibit where they say 5.2 section 3, 5.2 the agreement should be amended. Like it's about a base rate, but the big number that stands out is 1.8. But we'll allocate 700,000 to address. So I was just wondering what that means and what our liabilities are.
Under the original task release, 5.2, because this was a $2 million task release, section 5.2 said it was for the engineer for work item 1.1B, which was for them to move the solid waste, only for moving solid waste. The total for that portion was 1.137 million. And so I added the 700,000 to that specific portion of the task release. So it's only for 5.2. It's addressing, as we move trash, we're having the leachate problem. So that is only going to section 5.2 of the original contract. It's not going, I wasn't adding it to the contract as a whole in that item.
Okay. If I make sense of that.
That answer your question, Commissioner Watkins? Thank you. Commissioner Wynn?
Similar question about the amount and how it totaled up. We possibly may have more additional money added into this.
Well, we moved a certain
this
amount
was
of
not
money anticipating
expected.
what the closure is going to be. This is entirely within the budget we set up.
Okay, so could we have some more of these issues like this leachate?
It's an
mean,
old landfill.
Is there a total amount we have set aside for this?
We do.
Okay, and this is still within that amount?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have, I think we have a motion second, right? We have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. The next item, we have our district attorney here, Ms. Howard. Thank you for being here and being patient with us today. We have item 9E, which is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement for the provisions of services from Macon Circuit District Attorney's RISE initiative to be paid from the Office of Justice Programs, the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program, Mitigating Threats of Targeted Violence, grant funds. And that's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Bronson. And I'll just ask District Attorney Howard just to give us a little information about your RISE program. Appreciate what you're doing at the DA's office. We appreciate this initiative there that works right along with our MVP program. But if you'll tell those at home as well as on the commission that may not know about the RISE program what it is, I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to Mr. Mayor as well as the commission. So RISE is our youth initiative, Restoring Inspiration by Success in Education. We were awarded a $750,000 grant to be implemented over 3 years. During year one for services, we will spend $108,000, year two, $180,000, and year three, $140,000. So the contracts that are before you all today are for those providers that we have selected based on certain criteria that we will use as mental health providers for our RISE initiative. Now, what we're doing at RISE, we're identifying what services are needed by using ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences, because what we know is that we have a community of young people who have suffered trauma that has been untreated, trauma that has been unprocessed. The earlier we can address those traumatic experiences with mental health services, that we know, the safer we can make our communities. So I have a little packet that we do for our presentations for the RISE program. We will have our presentation for Bibb County school system next week, as well as Peach County next week, and we are scheduling the one for Crawford. So it will be a circuit-wide program. However, the grant, it was started by the prior administration, completed by us, but it was only written for Bibb County. So we're going to use our forfeiture funds for our other counties and any other youth who fall outside of this amount, because all of these individuals, based on adverse childhood experiences, are identified as victims, and that is what the forfeiture funds for the DA's office, that's a proper usage by law to use those for victims of crime. Any questions?
Thank you, Attorney Howard. Mr. Watkins, you have a question?
First, I want to start by saying thank you for applying for this grant. To me, it shows the compassion and thinking about people first in the solution, dealing with the trauma and getting more approximate. So I really appreciate that approach. I got a couple questions just on the kind of the layout of it. But if I'm understanding you correctly, it seems like the main number that you're tracking is trying to reduce the recidivism rate, number of people repeat offenders.
Right.
And so a lot of mental health and one-on-one trainings with the service providers, they working out. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of these providers, well, all the providers are already, they have some mental health background. So these are not folks that we're actually training. The way it will work, we will get referrals from two basic groups. We'll get referrals from the school system, as well as we'll get referrals from community partners. We've partnered with churches. We're getting this information out to the community. So if you know of a child that may have experienced ACEs and you want to see if they will qualify for the program, we will have that referral system. Once the children come, once we get the referral, then we do have a individual, Miss Brittany Mack, who has with the DA's office, who's a victim advocate, but she also has her master's and certification in counseling. She will do the initial ACEs assessment.
Okay.
Based on the scoring of that assessment, it will go to, all of the cases will go to the fast track panel. We have some providers who are receiving other funding from federal grants, funding from, I know, the mayor's MVP program that will, can provide services, and it won't be a cost for the services. And that's for our lower level kids. Our higher level kids will go to what we call safety net. And that is where this 180,000, 140,000, that's how those dollars are going to be spent. As well as our forfeiture monies can be spent on any category of child, regardless of their scoring on their ACEs assessment.
Cool. I assume Brittany Mack is the project specialist, and
now Brittany Mack is a victim advocate. She will be doing the. She has the mental health background with the certification in counseling to do the initial ACEs assessment. I brought Mr. Jeremy Grissom, if you'll stand. Jeremy is our RISE project specialist, and so we got a bonus with him. His salary is paid for by the grant, but also he's post-certified. So our office is sending him through investigator training as well. But he will be the face that you all will see on most occasions. I wanted to come since this was the first time you were receiving any information or presentation on RISE. But he will be here from now, and that's why I brought him today.
Wonderful. And the FAST panel is the multidisciplinary team, or?
It
Okay.
is, yes. And so we have individuals, we will have individuals from the community, mental health partners. We will have individuals from the sheriff's office on that team that will decide, based on what the providers have told us, what they can do, based on the needs of that child, what the service plan will be that we implement for each child. And then we will also have a review process with the fast track panel.
Awesome. And so $750 sounds like a lot of money, but then it's over 3 years. I missed that part. So originally I was thinking you were planning to serve 180 some kids, but how and I say kids, but what's the target?
The target is about a little bit over 100 kids with the grant. But again, we also, as you all know, have forfeiture funds for our office that we will be using for additional children, as well as the children in Peach and in Crawford counties.
Based off of y'all, I guess, survey preliminaries, like how many kids would qualify, or families, like, I know we haven't started doing the assessments yet, but just off what you've seen from the old school justice and setting up the RISE, like how many folks are actually, because when I see it, I see a lot of kids experiencing trauma. And I say kids, but I'm thinking kids up to age 30 or something like that, like experiencing trauma in low-income situations, lacking some life skills, need some hope and some love. So, like, what have y'all done any? Because if money is the issue, and I think Commissioner Tillman put it quite eloquently, we have a good bit to discuss, and the game is to make our citizens safer and make our communities whole. Like, how many folks should we be serving in a program like this?
I believe that we're going to find, once we do those assessments based off things that I've seen in other states, that once we start doing these assessments, and what I know, being the juvenile prosecutor in my previous circuit for 8.5 years, that we're going to see more often than not that children are dealing with adverse childhood experiences. The question is, are we identifying them? I hope that the more that we talk about this as a community, myself, with the commission, with the mayor, with the school system, that this is something that we can even implement larger, just identifying those adverse childhood experiences and addressing the unprocessed, untreated trauma in our youth.
Thank you. Just, I guess, let us know. Keep us. I appreciate your information sharing. Just, I would hate for us to be in a situation where you're turning down kids or not referring them out because of money, and we still sitting on a pot.
I assure you, before we turn away kids that we've identified that need services, I will be back before this commission, and I'm sure I'll be invited back. Right, Mr. Mayor?
You know me.
Can I leave you all a packet?
Sure.
I would like to give everybody a packet if I can leave those for you all. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. We do have a motion in a second. I think I have one more question. I apologize. Commissioner Wynn, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I just wanted to ask something. Jeremy, thank you. We'll get it out. He doesn't have to say anything. I just say welcome to someone we don't have to pay. We appreciate your help. but I just wanted to say that thank you for the explanation on this particular thing, because I didn't know what RISE stood for. I think it's really important that we start young to change people's focus and lives and make them go in the right direction. I wondered, you said referrals were coming from the Board of Education and churches, but is DFACS also making referrals at all? And what is the minimum age for the children we start working with? Because I think we have to start at a very young age to change direction for these lives that have been traumatized in some way.
So we are reaching out, great question. We're reaching out to all community partners, and we are starting, there is no age limit now for the grant purposes. Obviously there is, but because we do have those forfeiture funds, there is no minimum age requirement. But you're exactly correct. I've been doing some research on this, and the Surgeon General of California was talking about the earlier that you can identify these adverse childhood experiences, the better progress you would make in positively influencing that child's life. Right. And so that's why programs, even such as Mental Health Matters, that's one thing. Parents who suffer from mental illness, and how their children are affected by that. Children hearing gunfire. All of those things are adverse childhood experiences, but we just have to identify those things. What I've found sometimes is that folks don't want to ask a question to the kids. They think the kids, don't want to talk about it, but the kids they want to talk about it because they're experiencing it. So that's why I say I'm hopeful that as we have more community conversations, we can expand the conversation about identification of ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, and we can address those as a community to make our community safer.
Yeah, thank you. I just think the minimum age needs to be pretty low, because that's where you have to start intervening in those lives and changing them, sending them into a new direction, and we hope Jeremy's going to do some of that for us. Thank you again for your explanation.
Thank you all so much. May we be excused?
Thank you, Attorney Howard. You want to make for this vote first, but you can be excused. We do have a motion and second. No further discussion. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously. Be sent to consent agenda. Thank you for being here today. Good to see you again. We got item F. It's a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Everbridge, Inc. in the amount of $51,516.14 for administration of the emergency alert system to be paid from the general fund emergency management agency budget, repairs and maintenance, software licensing line item. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. Any question in regards to this item? Hearing no question, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. We're at item appropriation of funds 10. I think the capital improvements may take a moment. I know the code's going to take a while, so let's take a brief recess in an amount of 10 minutes. We'll return to go as far as we can to about 11:30, 12 o'clock, where we'll take a lunch break and potentially executive session. So this time we'll stand adjourned and recess. Okay, we're out of recess now. We're back on the record. We're going to start with items 10, appropriation of funds. Begin with 10A, which is ordinance to a supplemental appropriation for the transfer of $24,920 dollars. Was that 24 million? $24,922,157 with no decimal point from fund balance of multiple funds in the fiscal year 2022 budget to account for outstanding purchase orders. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. I heard that voice louder. Got a second by Commissioner Howell. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions in regard to this item? Commissioner Watkins.
No, most of it's routine carryovers from splice and grants and stuff. But the 1.6 from the general fund, could you remind me of what's going on there?
With me, but what was the number 1.6?
1.6, the general fund line item.
Those are the outstanding purchase orders for like your staples, anything in general fund, and that is actually in line with prior years. It's usually the amount close to, it's usually right under 2 million that we're rolling forward every year, but those are just the purchase orders that are initiated in general fund, and most of those are not capital items. They're cost of doing business items that are on a purchase order.
Cool, appreciate it.
Answer your question, Commissioner Watkins. Thank you. Any additional questions? Hearing no questions, we do have a motion and second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item B is an ordinance to approve a supplemental appropriation from general fund balance to various line items relating to Macon-Bibb County Capital Improvement Program for fiscal year 2022. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second, Commissioner Howell. I think we do have the capability of displaying these items. Is that correct? Talk to my comms team. Ms. Moore, if you don't mind, if you just come forward, just give a background on how we come up with this information, the items that's been included already in the commissioner's packet, including pictures of all these items, and how we typically do this process every year.
During budget, all of the departments are asked to submit capital improvement project funds, and so we have been holding it off cycle. A lot of the things you approved today were actually in the CIP we approved in January. It's just taking a while. We know the supply and demand is a little different. So what we have before you today is what people submitted during budget, and they it really totaled about $22 million worth of requests, and we kind of went back and picked out the high priorities and things that we think we can get in the next few months. Since we know there's a supply issue, we have not received a lot of the vehicles we've ordered previously, and so we're trying to manage the amount that we're ordering at this point. But we also are dividing this among multiple funds, so it's about $13 million worth of requests of typical things: your patrol cars, fire engine, some fire apparatus equipment, lots of F-150s for different departments, some backhoes, some dump trucks. And then we divide it out among 4 funds that we are proposing, so that we would use approximately $4 million in lease pool, which we do through GMA and pay off over several years, 3 to 5, depending on the purchase. We're proposing $3.4 million in ARP funds, largely for the E911 emergency upgrade system, which is both the tower and the console that E911 uses, a fire engine, some of the upgrades to facilities at the Centerplex that would allow for touchless entry, etc. We have $2.4 million in SPLOST proposed, because that's already in the timeline. Again, that's largely in public safety. And then using about $3.5 million out of general fund. And so a reminder of that, of the proposal for the ARP funding, we received $37,932,455. That is the first of a proposed $75,864,910 that we are programmed to receive, assuming that debt ceilings are raised and things happen at Congress, that we can go into next budget year and anticipate that second tranche. You currently have approved $3 million for tourism, 2.5 for food programs, 10.6 for housing support, 2 million for community violence intervention, 800,000 for vaccine incentives, 1.9 for Shot Spotter. We collected the loss of revenue for about $12 million. And if you were to approve this 3.4 in CIP today, we would still have about 1.5 in the money that we have received to date, which is that 37,932,455. And then assuming we receive the second tranche next year, you'd have that same amount again to designate. So for today, this proposal is $13,467,215. I wanted to point out one other thing. We did have a calendaring request for the Clerk of Superior Court. That constitutional officer said to us that she needed some additional software. All of the courthouse agrees that this would help for calendaring and keeping updates and keeping up what things are being processed, and we put that down as an ARP expenditure as well.
And I think that amount is for Clerk Erica Woodford, and that's $500,000.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Watkins, you have questions?
Yes, couple. And I guess I can start with the court. And thank you for adding that. I think it's important. We've been talking for a few months, though. I noticed this is mainly for software. We've been talking about a temporary facility or doing something to get them back active by having trial court. And I know we've been talking about it for a while, but I don't see that funding here.
Because we don't quite have the numbers that we needed to say how much that was going to cost, so we'll have to bring that to you separately.
Okay. The 4 million lease pool number, explain that to me. Is that 4 million in purchases, or 4 million is the annual amount of?
It's $4 million in purchases that will pay off either over the next 3 years or 5 years.
We'll pay off 4 million over 3 years, 3 to 5 years. Okay. The other one that stands out to me here is the 3.5 million for the trash cans.
Yes.
Why do I want to do that?
Because I think there had been a previous conversation that we have better control when we own the trash cans, and we currently do not own any. And so we are looking to purchase those to make sure that we are dealing with the trash in the best way and kind of giving the commission control.
Like you say, we've had a previous conversation. It sounded wild then. I'm looking at it now, and I'm still not understanding. I don't.
About owning trash cans?
Yeah, I don't understand. Seems very either we're getting back in the trash business and you're also buying trash trucks and hiring people, or we just own trash cans, which that's not our problem right now. We have trash cans.
I can address that issue just so we don't get off topic. We don't own any trash cans right now. Theoretically, the current owner of those trash cans is a waste provider that could pick up those trash cans, and we would have no place to put the trash. We can't replace trash cans because it's not our duty to replace the trash cans. The cost of trash cans, a new purchase of trash cans, is approximately $47, $48 per trash can. We're looking at actually owning our own trash cans, so we have the flexibility to use various providers, both for recycle and for waste service. And we also want those to have our emblem on there, so we will be the owner of those. We're currently paying right now also a rental fee for the trash cans that we do not own with the waste provider right now. So we believe it's in our best interest to purchase those cans, to own those cans. The cans out there are not in good shape. Many of them are in disrepair. They can't get replacement cans from the current provider because of a backlog, and we feel like that we need to maintain some sense of control over those cans. So we're already without a landfill, we're already without trucks, and we're already without staffing in order to meet the needs of the community. So the least we can do is go ahead and buy this, and we have a great opportunity to do that through this lease poll at a very good interest rate over a period of years. So it's our recommendation that the commission approve this CIP so we can own our own trash cans.
So thank you for that explanation. Respectfully, it just seems like it's missing pieces. Like, I remember there was a time when the city of Macon owned the trash cans, and we had a backlog issue because they break frequently. The reason that the rental has benefited us because It allows us not to be responsible for the repairs and the replacement, because I can remember being down 5,000-6,000 trash cans and trying to find, like the employee thing, trying to fix them and banging on wheels. We've been there before. It did not go well, just based on the history of it. People like our customer service. That's what they spent a lot of time trying to do, was organize trash cans. It was a whole thing, and then we gave it to the company that does that professionally, and it's less of a problem now. There are trash cans and recycling bins at most of our citizens. That's not the problem, lack of trash cans. Like, we just can't pick up the trash. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Any other questions in regard to the CIP? Is that no?
It's a take it or leave it scenario with y'all, and that's not good spending though. That's not good spending. But
any additional questions in regard to the capital improvements program? Hearing none, we do have a motion and second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries. Will be sent to consent agenda. Going to move on to an ordinance to authorize supplemental appropriation from general funds balance to the grant transfers out sponsor program line item in the amount of $2.5 million in order to fund Community Foundation of Central Georgia Crime Prevention and Violence Interruption Grant Program. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Got a second by Commissioner Howell. Just one moment. Look at that. Can I get a copy of that? I want to read that. Commissioners, if you recall, we sent you a revised copy of this document here. We forwarded you out all the information on last Friday to look over, but we had some additional language that we were working on that could not be inserted at that time, so we actually sent you an email revising that document, and several of those are addressed in there. But just want to let people know what we're talking about. Since June, when we had our initial meeting for MVP in the Rosa Parks Square across the street, we mentioned getting the community involved. It's not enough just to have the active involvement of law enforcement, although that's a part of it. We need to make sure the community played a part in this. So we had 14 or 15 community forums all across the county. We had listened to what people said. We indicated to them that we were going to bring this back before our commission for a vote and fund a third party that would actually vet this process out so the communities themselves could seek funding that would be vetted out in a fair and equitable way across the community on how people could provide their own solutions for the current crime situation we have. We've been doing that throughout this process. 2 weeks ago, on September the 21st, our MVP leadership team had a strategic plan that we had promised you we would do within a certain period of time. We had that plan with all the leadership team, with Carl Vinson Institute, and we're formulating a strategic plan that we expect to get any minute back from Carl Vinson with all the documents. As part of that premise, we were developing a program with the Community Foundation of Georgia, which is a very reputable firm that is capable of handling funds of this magnitude, as well as dealing with any federal, state, and local requirements of granting process. In particular, I wanted the Community Foundation to get an amount that would be sufficient to last a few years of $2.5 million so they could do these things. And I'll go ahead and just read them because some folks at home may not have this information. But basically, the Community Foundation of Central Georgia shall develop and publicize grant guidelines, publish them, including eligibility, evaluation, and reporting requirements. They will provide technical assistance and training to potential grantees in order to build capacity and enhance potential for success. They will provide opportunities for collaboration amongst grantees. They will promote community awareness and engagement in violence prevention programs. They will assist stakeholders, including grantees, to develop scalable solutions for the future, and they will work with community partners to plan for sustainability for programs shown to be effective. So after they publicize this information and go through these steps, they will compare that to the strategic plan. We will make sure that the strategic plan lines up with what issue that the community organization or community faith-based organization, whatever it may be, would wish to provide and how they're going to solve that problem. Community Foundation will measure those issues. It would go before their independent board. Their independent board would evaluate those, and they would come up with an amount of money to either fund or not fund their proposal, just like they do some community grants that some people on the commission have applied for and received before, as well as many people in our community. And then after that period of time that they won the grant for, this would happen a couple of times a year. Then there will be measurables placed on each one of those that we can actually see if what they're doing is working, and we can account for all the money that's being spent for our violence prevention program. So this is the $2.5 million that we're putting out there to fund these grants, to do this education process, to build capacity and sustainability over the next 3 to 4 years. And it's my recommendation that we do this funding as a community-wide effort that we promised through our MVP program. So this time we'd entertain any questions before the vote. Hearing no questions, we do have a motion and second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously to be sent to consent agenda. Thank you. Commissioner Watkins?
Cause I've been excited to hear about new news about the MVP program for quite a few months now. Thank you. Could you go over the strategic plan one more time for me?
Will I go through a strategic plan that hasn't been published yet?
Just walk me through your process. I'm trying to learn about MVP as much as possible, but
Well, we'll be happy to, I'm not going to detail MVP right now for you, but I will provide you a copy when we receive it back. The strategic plan that 31 or 32 of our stakeholders and people of this leadership team formulated with Carl Vinson Institute. It encompasses all 14 forums that we've had before. Members of those are here in the community today, included elected officials, as well as community members, as well as mental health experts, as well as various people and victims related, including the DA that was here earlier. So that strategic plan will be published for everyone to see, will be open and transparent, and we will use that as a gauge to determine awarding of these grants.
and have you and the community foundation, like in terms of the publicizing the guidelines and process, what does that look like?
As soon as we get the strategic plan in, which we expect, they said 2 weeks. Today is actually the exact 2 week time from we met. As soon as we get that, we'll make that available for everyone. The Community Foundation has their normal process. The application process will be the first process that we formulate there. I have let them know that I want this expedited, at least the first tranche, but we want to make sure people are educated in the process. We also want to make sure there's training available so people know how to fill out this. So we don't want to exclude someone because they haven't gone through this process before on applying for grants, and they're going to walk them through this process. So I would expect the application process to begin as soon as we get the strategic plan this next week and the next couple of weeks, and I'll leave it up to Community Foundation on how soon that they can get everything in line to start accepting these applications. But they do know that there's going to be multiple years and a couple of times per year that they'll be granting this. At the same time, I didn't want to limit the good work that people may have in the very beginning, so I didn't want to put any particular X amount of dollars to be spent within a short period of time so that people that had good ideas could not get funded and early on. So that's going to be up to the Community Foundation of Georgia, and I trust them as a very reliable organization, and they certainly do this all the time. Okay, that answer your question? Okay, thank you, Ms. Watkins. We're going to move on to update of the code. As mentioned to you earlier, we have various code, business, and finance policies that we believe need to be updated. Some of these have been, since consolidation, maybe we have some duplication, not very efficient on some, no fault to anyone, but it's just when you consolidate city and county government in a new venture, sometimes we have a lot of overlapping and lack of clarity. We've been going through that since I started back in January on a daily or weekly basis to try to make our government more efficient and quit preventing good things from happening by taking a lot of time. One of those things began in the very beginning was creating a new procurement department. Previously, that department was combined with several others. One of the things that came out of our transition team in the beginning is we need to have a separate procurement department because we had duplication of services. We had attorneys that make a lot more money per hour. We had outside agencies. We had multiple people involved in the process, including our financial director and their staff, which took away from the job that they were supposed to be doing. And we felt it necessary to create a procurement department. And you allowed us to hire Mr. Franklin Lawson, who is with you today, as well as several new folks in his office, and he's about fully staffed. He's done an excellent job, and he, along with Stephanie Jones, who is our internal auditor, who is with us today, and our finance director, Christy Lucy, and also you'll hear later maybe from Matthew Arrington and others, that this has been a joint effort of everyone to go through this line by line. We've included, for your convenience, a copy of the red line document that has very detailed information on any and all change that's proposed and that we're recommending for today to make this process. As you heard me say in the last several weeks, there's been occasions that we had contracts that come before you where the cost may be $3,000, but it took us about $8,000 or $10,000 in several months just to get it before you, going through the procurement process. There are many, many examples like that we can give you, but this is our first step in getting this thing back on track through the procurement department. So this is an ordinance to amend Chapter 219 of the code relating to the legal authority to procurement of goods and services and the execution of contracts to clarify existing language. I'm going to go ahead and make that motion in a second, and then we'll let our procurement director and the rest of them proceed. And then at the completion of theirs, you can ask any questions if we have a motion in a second. So that's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. We do have a motion in a second. At this time, I'll turn it over to our procurement director just for some brief comments in that regard, and then we'll turn it over to our internal auditor to make her recommendations and observations, and we'll answer questions at that time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As Mr. Mayor said, we are trying to reestablish the procurement department and some of its policies. Also increase the threshold based on audit finding, and also based on some research that I've done with other local counties, we want to be in line with them as well.
Okay. Ms. Jones, if you'll step up.
Hi, everyone. Basically, the new policy, well, the revised policy, and then the changes with the ordinance, it's going to make everything just operate more efficiently. We've actually been through this. We've met several times. The administration has completely considered everything that I've recommended, and everything is in line with what we should be doing in terms of making our business more efficient, more productive, and not creating bottlenecks for our departments. The thresholds are adequate based on the price of goods these days, so I think everything is in line, but keep in mind, we still have controls in place that are necessary to mitigate any risk. So to me, that was important, and this covers everything.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. At this time, we'd entertain questions from commissioners for anyone involved. We also have Matthew Arrington on the telephone, if not for the procurement department, definitely for the financial policies, which will be up next. So any commissioners have any questions based on the documents you received? Commissioner Lucas?
Thank you. I was wondering what the notification process would be with the limits and all of that. What the notification, what's the process look like?
Well, right now, as you know, for the P cards, it's 1,000. We are asking for it to be moved to 2,500. And with the bid process, from about 50,000, then we put out the bids and proposals.
Are you talking about the training and notification to our directors?
Notification to us, because we'll, in a lot of things, we're approving large amounts of monies, and then there are operations that take place within that allowed amount of money. I just wonder when we are, where we are in that whole process, because I don't want to go somewhere and somebody else know more about what's going on in government than I know. So I'm talking about mainly the notification of the elected officials.
Yeah, and those thresholds is contained in the document you have, but just let me give just a general basis. The purchase cards will be increased from $1,000 to $2,500 just to begin with, and one reason is that even when we were trying to book rooms for our event and training that we had in Savannah this last year, we couldn't put those on a card and had to have a check there available, so it was hard to hold rooms. And we have processes in place now where we can make sure that they're actually done by merchant code, so someone could not illegally use the purchase card to gain access to something that they didn't have the limit for, or couldn't buy an item that's prohibited under that. So I think we have our processes in place now. The current limit for purchases by a director within a department was $10,000. You have to have 3 bids. We have upped that amount in this proposal here to $25,000. With a caveat that we wanted to make sure that we protect our small and business and minority businesses. So one of the things that I asked to be included, and I think Ms. Jones and them agreed, and they did that, was that if we have 3 proposals, but one of them was required to, unless it's a sole source, to be a small and minority businesses, and they're there to communicate with our Ms. Reese Stevens in our Small Business Affairs office. So we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to at least submit a bid, so we didn't have a director that falls in love with one particular person and someone never got a chance to operate on that. That's one of the main things we wanted to do. And the other thing we did is want to make sure that we had, for professional services in general, that small amounts don't have to come before this board, and we spend more money doing that if it's within the budget of that person. And that amount would be $25,000 as well, which is consistent with everywhere else. We look at surrounding counties with Macon-Bibb County, but also, more importantly, with communities that kind of mirror Macon-Bibb County in size and type of government. Columbus comes to mind, as well as Augusta, Savannah, those types, and the state law. And we want to make sure we're not quite as high as a lot of those, including the state system ourselves, but we wanted to increase because costs have gone up. Simply, they've gone up, certainly since this procurement started back in the day, but certainly even in the last year or so with the pandemic, prices are increased. And we had situations where it took us, for public works uniforms, like $11,000. It took us 3 or 4 months to get those in because we couldn't have the authority to go up to the amount of money we had to go up to. So the checks and balances for this particular body is to, once it gets to those thresholds and above there, it'll come before the commission as it usually does. But those limitations have been increased because it's really ancient and outdated, antiquated, if you will, but at the same time, the price of goods are going up, and it's slowing our government up to do the things we need to do. We shouldn't have this many items on the agenda always, and a lot of this is because we have to go through these processes. I'm satisfied with working with all these men and women on this particular issue, that we're not running the risk of having any fraud, and we easily detect that, but at the same time, we're making sure that we're fair and equitable across the process. And we're making sure that the Small Business Department certainly works hand in hand with these departments. And we're going to figure out a way to get you those numbers that we have for participation for minorities. And that's been, a lot of our conversation has been based around that. So I don't know if that answers your questions, but that's certainly our intent with this. We've been very transparent about it. That's why we gave you a red line item to see exactly every single change we made in this document and the reason for that particular change.
Okay, and that explanation helps an awful lot, just to have it laid out on the table why these proposals are being made, why the recommendations are being made. And once they're made and they're in the books, they're done. And as I said, I know that there's been increases in costs and other things, but I think people are more and more asking for greater transparency, and that this tends to take us in the other direction where there's less transparency. But I want there to be a point where we're not sitting up here. I want there to be a point where we have that notification. That's all I'm asking about, so that we don't have it to say, well, I didn't know about that. When did that happen, and why did that happen? As long as we're in the process,
right,
in the chain where we're notified, so that we know. And then if something doesn't make sense, we can go back and revisit it. Because we do have that responsibility as elected officials. So that was why I was asking the question, and thank you for the additional information. I think that's helpful to everybody to know why we're allowing for greater latitude in expenditures, without prior approval.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that information, and that's certainly our intent to do that. We have another question, Commissioner Watkins.
Thank you. So I agree with Commissioner Lucas on the need for reporting. If I'm understanding correctly, the current process that we have, thresholds 10,000 and 50,000. 10,000, if it's below 10,000, department head can do it on his own. There's a process for that. If it's in between 10 and 50,
We need to have 3 quotes.
we need to have three quotes in between 10 and 50.
Mm-hmm.
If it's above 50, then the commission, it goes through the full process that we see here today with the items on the agenda.
We're gonna
Commission needs to approve it.
Approve, right.
And what we're wanting to do now is move the threshold for commission approval to 100.
It's 50.
It's 50, but I think we want to change it to something else, or are we moving from 10 to 50 or from
Correct,
50?
from 10. We're gonna, right now with the 10,000, it's just the 3 quotes. So we want to move that to 50,000.
Okay.
And then from 50,000 there, we're gonna start putting out the bid process.
Okay, so stuff above 50 would still come to the commission.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. Between 10 and 50. Right now, like I say, we're used to voting on those things, I think.
Not at 10,000. I think about 25,000.
25
Mm-hmm.
was moving up to 50. So the gap of 25 and 50 would be the stuff that would be different. How many items in the course of a month or a year are in that range? I only, like, for us, we see maybe 1 or 2 of those, but I'm just curious.
Yeah. We'll let Stephanie.
I ran some numbers on the AP disbursements just for last calendar year, and roughly for what you're speaking of, from 25 to 50, that's only roughly 2.5% of our disbursements.
Okay.
So, and anything from 10 to 25 is roughly like 5% of our disbursements. So we're not talking about a whole bunch of our disbursements. That's the count that it represents.
So most of our stuff is still above that 50,000 threshold. That's
No, actually, most of our disbursements are under 5,000.
Oh, okay.
So, and that goes back to the P card limit too, to kind of take some of the pain off AP, because they don't have to write so many checks for that. But yeah, I did run those numbers.
Okay, I wouldn't mind seeing that if it's
I will.
available.
It's up here.
A couple more details outside of the numbers that I wanted. So I noticed, like, motor vehicles was pulled out special.
Yes.
And for a lot of it, the vehicles are one of our largest numbers. Like, when it comes to, and I'm curious when we say motor vehicles, because that would include the ladder trucks for 388 and that type of
It's
stuff.
vehicle maintenance. The limits for vehicle maintenance in facilities, I recommended that they be changed and increased, only because for them to buy a motor, if they have to go to a vendor and buy a motor to make something operational, especially the fire equipment, it's very expensive. And sometimes we just lose sight. We can't even get it because then we have to send the request for payment up. And by that time, the vendor, if we're working with one of our local small vendors, it kind of creates a bottleneck in the process. And that's what I mean by bottleneck.
So I get that part. I get that part, and I like that. Like, they're for their pre-cards and stuff, vehicles, he can buy expensive motor. But the part that I'm talking about is, I think it's like this. We're categorizing utilities and vehicles as commodities.
I'm gonna yield to legal on that one.
Yes, Commissioner. So that's based on, the vehicles is based on just our lived experience in dealing with purchasing requests for motor vehicles, especially over the last about year and a half. There's been this microchip shortage that's affected the whole motor vehicle industry. What we're running into is when we try to purchase vehicles off of state contracts, the state contracts are so specific that they get to, like, a dealership that participates in a state contract identifies from its inventory individual vehicles by their VIN numbers as to which ones are on and not on state contract. And so a dealership might have 400 cars and trucks in inventory, but only 2 or 3 of them are in state contract. And so by the time it goes through the procurement process, it goes to the attorney's office to make a contract, even if it's just a couple of weeks, if someone else picks out that car or truck before we get a PO to them, it's gone and we're not able to get it. The alternative is to purchase it through an open bid, but for some reason we're finding that car dealerships are very hesitant to bid on car sales, and so we end up getting, you know, maybe a bid out of like California or Washington or something like that. We're not finding local dealers, and so we're having this tension where, you know, we've got like a local Toyota dealership or something saying, hey, I've got a truck that I can sell you that meets your needs, but because it's not on state contract and they didn't submit a bid, we're not able to purchase it. So by listing these vehicles as commodities, this allows the department heads that need to buy a vehicle, they can shop local inventory, and if they find a vehicle that suits their needs and that's appropriately priced, they can just go buy it directly without having to do any of the formal competitive process.
I'm not a fan of the change order section. So if let me stay on the cars for a second. If I'm understanding cars, by passing this, the motor vehicle part, that would eliminate us from needing to be a part of the approval process of motor vehicles for the most part? I'm processing that correctly?
As long as the purchase is under $100,000, then the commission would not have to
still
purchase.
be under the 100,000 threshold.
Unless we're buying a bunch at once, yeah.
For the section, it seems like my general thoughts, just like we got through with the tax change today, like if I'm tracking that right, it wouldn't have been necessary for us to vote on that $700,000 to Hofstadter because it was just a change order. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. That seems like a lot of leeway. So help me on why that's necessary. I understand why it would be necessary, why a department head would enjoy that, but from a transparency spot.
I got it.
We'll let the attorney handle it first, and then you can clear it up.
So the reason why this section was added at all is because currently in the code there's no guidance as to what happens with change orders. When do they come to the commission? When do they not come to the commission? And so given that there are different kind of scales of contracts, we have contracts that are $10,000 contracts that have change orders, and we have contracts that are $20 million contracts that have change orders. It's hard to set a dollar threshold to say if it changes by a certain dollar amount, you come back to the commission. And so what this does is it bases it off of a percentage of the contract, where if a contract starts to creep up in price because of change orders and it crosses over 20% of the original contract price, we've got to come back to commission. So if it was a $100,000 contract, they only have $20,000 to work with before we have to come back to commission. If it's a $10 million contract, you have 20% to work with. The other thing is as to your example of the Hofstadter contract that was approved earlier, the change orders are all tied to budget. So anytime you're going outside of budget, if a project needs more funds appropriated, then that change order has to come to commission, and you have to approve both the change order and the appropriation. And so even if it's a $10,000 project, but that's all that the commission has budgeted for the line item, it would have to come back to y'all to appropriate more money. But it's written to scale because of the wide scope of projects that we write.
And I yield.
All the questions
Thank
you
you.
have?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Commissioner Wynn, you have a question?
Do you have the document that Anita Howard gave us? Yes, sir, I do. Mine are smaller in numbers and just two pieces, two parts under the methods of procurement, section 19-5. 5. What are we talking about here with purchases by elected officials, besides the mayor perhaps, and cooperative purchasing? Cooperative purchasing, I don't know what that means for my benefit.
We can have the attorney address that as well, and then you can do that.
Without asking somebody.
Sure. So purchases by elected officials in 19.5.10, Section A just authorizes the other elected officials to use our procurement process. So if there's like a constitutional office, if the sheriff wants to buy something, he's allowed to go source it himself, but it makes available to him our procurement department and our procurement processes if he wants to utilize them. Let's see.
And it's cooperative purchasing.
Right. So Part B goes along with that in 19510B, says that to the extent that a constitutional officer wants to use our procurement process, but maybe wants to waive some of the formal requirements. For example, if they want to do a bid for something that we wouldn't normally bid, or if they want to do if they want to do just informal quotes for something we would normally bid out, it gives them a little bit of freedom to direct the procurement department as well. And so that's what that section is. The cooperative purchasing, this is something that we've done through state contracts for years, where Department of Administrative Services in Georgia bids out contracts, and we buy stuff. There are also private organizations and other governmental entities that we use. There's a company called Sourcewell that's a creature of the state of Minnesota, and it does cooperative purchasing, and it creates contracts that everybody in the U.S., all governmental entities, can use. There's one called Houston Galveston Area Cooperative, HGAC, that's out of Texas, that also, when they bid out, they say in their bid terms, any government in the country can take advantage of these contracts. And so every once in a while, we'll find contracts that one of these other states or other companies have put together, where it's already been bid out, it's already been through a competitive process. And so this adds another way, rather than us having to bid out, if it's already been bid out by Minnesota, we don't need to repeat the bid. We can just take advantage of their hard work already and just go forward with a direct contract.
And just use their bid.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that explanation on both those. You still didn't tell me what I can buy, though.
Thank you,
Just
Mr. Wynn.
joking.
Commissioner Tillman, you got a question? Comment?
I think it's been cleared up. Yeah, I was just listening at a lot of the questions and comments. If former City Councilman Ed DeFore was here, his memory would be years and years ago under the Ellis administration. Y'all put all this stuff in place to keep him from spending all this money, and now years later, it's time to bring it all back up to date. I spoke with Christy Lucci in Finance last year, and we was talking about bringing some of this stuff back up to date. And I think we were saying we were going to wait for this new administration to come in. So I think what we're seeing is now you're getting stuff back up to date where it needs to be and getting stuff back in place. And so the old city council members put a lot of these restrictions in place under that Ellis administration. And so I always thought that it was outdated and need to be brought up just in line with you all are saying and sharing now. And therefore, you won't have to keep coming back to the commission and losing out on those bids. And I think it's been explained well. And so I think this is something that we all can and should support wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. We do have a motion and second, and no further questions. All those. You want to vote on this first and then do the committee amendment? You want to do that with it first? Okay. We have a motion second. We have a committee amendment that I think Commissioner Watkins has been responsible for drafting. You should have circulated to you a copy of that committee amendment, and I'll let him explain that in detail, and we can vote that as an amendment altogether if you like to. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. And say, trying to update our part of the process is piggyback onto the mayor and administration on updating our procurement code to give us a bit more flexibility. This proposed amendment is adding the concept of gig workers into our coded language. Gig workers would be similar to would be what you see at Uber, where it's individuals performing contractual work at a predetermined price on a per project basis. So the goal here is, and kind of what you're starting to see in our neighborhoods, I think on Houston Avenue, Pine is looking a little bit better. But working with Michael Glisson in the Parks and Beautification, we've started on individual streets in our city, getting contractors to go cut the grass and pick up the litter around the right-of-ways. we've come up with a price that we think it costs, and now it's a matter of getting citizens and individual contractors engaged in cleaning up our city. And this allows us more flexibility. So the idea would be, and I'll send it to you guys. I wish I could share my screen, but creating a website, we got a draft working now, that department heads could list the work that they need. So think about a see, click, fix order in your district that's been open for a long time, like a pick up limbs or abandoned tire type spot. We can add a gig job that is, for $200, you go pick up these tires and haul them correctly and take pictures of it, and we'll pay you for that. So to give us some flexibility to do those type of things is putting this in this language. Questions, comments?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is an amendment. Can we go ahead and get this, a motion added for the amendment and get a second, and then we'll move forward discussion? That's Commissioner Watkins, he wants to make a motion to amend the procurement policies we just discussed with this particular item. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Lucas. Now, any questions in regard to this? He explained it well, and basically other communities are doing this already. I know Columbus had one when they run into some yard debris pickup issues, and they actually did this similar. It allows us the opportunity to help people, number one, get paid in the community. They still have to be registered as a vendor and go through our processes, so we'll make sure we're protected on liability and make sure the person actually does the job before they get payment. So we're still going to track that process. So it's just like listed as a vendor, like we normally would have an application process, and we would put out the amount of job. I'll give you a very small example. Say we've got a roundabout that never seems to get cut, but it's an eyesore, and we determined that a good value of that roundabout to be landscape will be X amount of dollars. Strike that from the record. So we would put that number on there. I got Commissioner Lucas to smile. So we put that number on there, and then later on, someone who would actually claim that. They would say, that's going to be the one that I'm going to do, and they would go take care of that, document that. Our public works would document that's been completed in a good fashion, and then we would cut a check to them like we do every vendor. This allows us not to have all these separate contracts, but allow other folks to be able to make money as well. So as long as we satisfy with their registered vendor, we can track the money, the job gets done, and we can make sure that we don't have any liability issues. This is something that we thought would be good, and Commissioner Watkins led the effort on that. The attorney wants to say something real quick before we move on to questions.
So on the document, the amendment document that's been distributed, I just want to point out there's 3 changes that this amendment proposes. The first is on page 3, and on my document it's marked with an arrow. It adds a definition for gig worker. Gig worker means a laborer retained to perform contractual services on a limited per project, first to claim basis in accordance with this chapter for a predetermined non-negotiable fee and subject to uniform non-negotiable terms of service. The second change is in section 19.5 on page 6, which is just a list of all the acceptable methods of procurement. It just adds a line at 19-5A10, utilization of gig workers, and that's in section 19.5.11. And so that's the third change, which is where the substance of this is on page 14, the bottom of page 14. And over onto page 15 is section 19.511, which is an entirely new code section for utilization of gig workers. So I just want to point out to the commissioners so you can see those are the only 3 differences between this amendment and the main motion.
Thank you, Attorney McNeil. Commissioner Wynn, do you have a follow-up question?
I think that clarified. It's handled as a vendor contract instead of an employee payment, like subject to taxes or something like that.
1099.
Okay, 1099.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Clarification, we didn't have any, this is not in our current contract, these things that are from Commissioner Watkins' amendment?
No, sir.
And I'm curious, how did you come up with the name gig? You think of a gig with a musical person, oh, I got a gig tonight, I'm going to be playing at so-and-so. Is that how you came up with it?
He's old.
With it, I saw it in the article.
It's a well-known terminology.
Oh, it is? Okay.
You got to be younger, though. Got to be much younger.
Think about it as a musical gig there, Mr. Mayor.
Kids don't go to work no more, they just do gigs.
They just do gigs, okay. All right.
Nobody wants a full-time job anymore, but they like to do many part-time jobs at their own convenience, and that's how millennials are. So it allows them the opportunity to go hustle some money,
Got a weed in the truck, we got work for you here, man.
Right. So certainly with all the staffing issues we have, I think it's something to be very welcome. So we do have a motion and second on this amendment first to be added. No further discussion. All those in favor of adding that motion to the item, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. We have a motion and second on the initial motion, which amends it with Mr. Watkins' motion. So this time we're going to entertain a vote on that as well. So all those in favor of the amended motion, including the initial, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Delayed response, Mr. Pro Tem. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda as well. Thank you, Commissioner Watkins, for that. We're going to move on to another ordinance adoption here. This is a ordinance to amend the financial policies of Macon-Bibb County to adopt the recommendations of the county advisors. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Got a second by Commissioner Howell, Old Faithful over there. We have Matthew Arrington on the phone if we have any questions for him, and we also have our financial director here as well. All the information has previously been submitted to you in the document, so if you have any questions about the changes to those financial policies, now would be the appropriate time to ask those questions. Hearing no questions, all those, I'm sorry. You thinking about it over there? I'm looking at lights.
Sure,
Mr. Watson, go ahead.
Seems like the bulk of this policy is raising our debt ceiling, which is like kind of cool to me because that's what Congress has been talking about for a while. But locally, we're trying to raise the debt limit, and I was curious, where are we current day? It seems like the current limit is 1.75 of our revenues, and we're moving it to 10, if I'm understanding correctly.
I don't think I wouldn't want to relate the debt ceiling with the United States is facing what we have here, but I do think that Matthew will address that 1.75 to go with what I think the requirement is 10%. So Matthew, can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, sir, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. And one thing I just want to make sure is I think right now every obligation we have as a co-signer counts against our so-called debt limit. So it prohibits us from doing actual projects. That 10% is the amount of money that would actually go out as far as payments. But I'll let Matthew, if y'all can hear him okay, he's on telephone, to answer that question for you. So go ahead, Matthew.
Sure. In terms of the debt limit, statutorily, the state allows you to have debt that's equal to 10% of the assessed value. What happened during consolidation, your former financial advisor put kind of and basically it cut in half the amount that you could borrow. It is the exact same policy that Columbus has, and I would just like to mention that you don't have the same financial profiles.
And that profile is because they receive money from other sources like water, is that correct?
They get money from water, and they also have an OLOS down there, so it does not fit. On top of that, I would like to say that about half of your debt is not associated with any assets that the county owns. For instance, the money that was borrowed for the hotel project last year, $30 million, that is being paid directly by the developer, but it's still carried on your books as debt that you cannot issue. Same thing with Newtown Macon. You have several loans that are paid by someone else, but it's, on your profile. So it's cut back the amount that you can borrow, and it kind of hurts your ratio, when it looks at debt, because really you only have about half of what you are carrying on your books, if that makes any sense.
Yes, sir. And also, can you go ahead and hit on the fact that we want to increase the day limit from 45 to 60 and what that entails?
Absolutely. That is to do two things. One, it really improves your overall credit profile, and that is very important not only for future borrowing and with the rating agencies, but it's also something that employers and other people who are looking to do business with Macon-Bibb County, they look at. If most commissioners will remember, I think back in 2017 or 18 when we had a tornado, we got to a dangerous level of fund balance of about 9 days. And I think having 60 days just gives us a little bit more protection to make sure that we're always able to pay our employees as well as continue to provide services to the residents. So this just increases your rainy day fund to make sure that, you have a good savings account should you need to use it.
Mr. Watkins, got other questions?
Just stay on the debt limit part. 1.75 equates to how much, and 10% equates to how much?
I don't have those figures directly in front of me, but I can tell you that based on the 2020 figures, the 10% would have allowed you to borrow upwards of about $400 million, but now that you have the 1.75% on there, it takes that debt limit down to about, you know, it's like it's less than 200 million, so it really cuts it in half. And right now, to answer your question, you're at about 170 in debt, but again, some of that is the money that is being already paid by other sources like SPLOS. You borrowed 30 million on SPLOS and it's supported by tax, but you have to take that 30 million off of your kind of credit card, and same with the other thing. So it cuts it in half, to answer your question.
Help me out, and this is just my own naivety. The 1.75 and the 10% aren't apples to apples. They're different numbers. They must be, because you keep saying it's half. Are they based off a different ratio?
Step further.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Yes, so basically the 175 is an additional kind of cut to the way you would calculate it. 10%, you know, it's 175 of, you know, whatever the 10% number is.
Oh, I see what we did. Okay. And then it's another one down there that says like 15% of the ratio of debt service to revenues. We're not close to that currently. I understand we're close to the 1.75 threshold, but that 15% threshold ratio.
That is part of the policy that we recommend stays in there. It was adopted by the commission in 2016. What that speaks to is it makes sure that in no one year that you don't have debt service that's more than 15% of what's in the general fund or what's being collected, which is a good thing. So, for instance, it makes sure that we can't just go borrow money and, you know, have to go from a $15 million a year debt service to $40 million. It's going to basically cap it. And right now, I can tell you, you're paying somewhere between 14 and 19 a year, and 15% of that will be about 30 million a year. So it makes sure that no one could really go crazy with adding on debt, so that you're cash strapped in any one particular year.
So that's from year to year. What would be your recommend? I understand that we're raising the limit to, I guess, what the max could be, 400, and I got really good ideas on how we can acquire what we can do with $300 million worth of opportunity. But what would be the actual recommended place before Macon-Bibb County is burdened by debt? Right now, we've been doing pay-go for years, and like we account for it pretty well, our current debt. But where does that start to be pressure on us that we would notice?
I would not recommend that you do anything different. Going to the 10% just puts you where every other county, every other city is. You just put these extra handcuffs on yourself because of consolidation, be my guess, and it makes no sense to do that. You need to go back and put yourself exactly where everybody else is. And, you know, look, just because it's there, you don't have to use it. But if you ever needed to use it, you have that ability to. Because right now, if I was to look at your ratio versus your policy, it's misleading. Because I look at it and say, wow, you're at 90% of your debt limit. Without knowing that policy, most people think that you probably have debt upwards of 300 million, and that's not the case. So we're just trying to go back to where everybody else is, where you should have been in the first place, pre-consolidation.
All right, just because we have it, don't need to spend it. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Matthew, for that explanation. Thank you, Mr. Watkins, for those questions. We have any other questions from other commissioners? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of adopting this recommendation for county advisors, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously. Be sent to consent agenda. Commissioners, we're going to try to complete all the items through 13 before executive session, and then we'll discuss whether we want to have a working lunch, an executive session, when we get to that point. So at this time, we have a ordinance to amend Chapter 26 of Code relating to occupation tax, modify the business registration certificate renewal period, to remove provisions in conflict with other ordinances, to provide for a fee for business name changes, to provide for a minimal fine for operating without a valid business registration certificate, and to provide for enforcement of this chapter by the tax commissioner and inspectors. That is my motion. Can I get a second? Got a second by Commissioner Tillman. I think this is co-sponsored as well by Mr. Howell. Is that correct? And we have our elected tax commissioner present. We have a motion and second, but before we answer any questions, I want you to just give us, between you and the attorney, give us just a brief synopsis of the documents they received and really the intent and purpose of having this.
Right. A lot of it, again, is just code clearance, moving things from business development services to the tax commissioner, and also with the recent enlargement, if you will, of code enforcement, and giving more people the authority while they're out and about to look and see if people have business license while they're in the facility. And other than that, the last, I guess the big rock is basically changing the expiration date from the end of the calendar year to March 31st. It's sort of counterintuitive to renew a license after it's expired. So what we're doing does not change anything as far as the revenue. What we're asking is to allow the businesses to have a business license that runs through March 31st, which is when they're going to renew anyway. And so what that allows is we've come to understand from businesses that if immediately after January, let's look at the health fields with nursing homes and other people that deals with medical reimbursement and stuff from Medicaid and things of that nature. If they don't have an active business license, then their funding gets withheld until they're able to work that out. So all of this just sort of makes sense. Our alcohol license, we renew from October to December, and it expires that end of that year. So that's what we're just working on, is just to make everything just coincide with what really makes sense in the business process.
Thank you. Commissioner Watkins, I'm sorry, tell me you had a question.
Yeah, I think this kind of puts us in line, because a couple of weeks ago I said, I know he wasn't here, but I said he's going to have a good reason why he's going to do this. And I think this just really begins to put us in line with that myth that other folks are pro-business more so than we are. And I think this is an opportunity to show folks that we are pro-business.
Thank you, sir.
And we can move forward with this particular opportunity here.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Wynn, you had a question?
Just a small question. Who are the inspectors that will be looking at these things? Are they from your department or code enforcement or what?
That's a combination. Again, it's going to be, I think if you read that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the county attorney or if Michael, whoever.
I think we have the sheriff's department right now. We also have the tax commissioners that has a small department, part of that. The fire department checks these business licenses as well during their annual inspection. And now we've got code enforcement involved as another avenue. You'll see a little bit later why that's appropriate, but we want to make sure that we have, for instance, the tax commissioner doesn't need to go into a residential business, knocking on a door, checking a business license, but perhaps someone like the code enforcement or sheriff would be more comfortable in that situation as opposed to a regular commercial business out on the street.
Right. So, there are times when fire department's going to be in the building doing their occupancy checks and fire safety, so it allows them to have that authority to look and see it and then notify us. Code enforcement, same way. It doesn't take any onus off of us as far as our collection process, but it really just puts everybody else the right to have. When I say everybody, the other ones listed in here, to have that right to be able to see it, look for it, and ask for it.
So
It
they
helps
don't
protect
do
citizens.
anything on site. They just notify you.
They can have the ability to cite, is what the code section says, and that's primarily for code enforcement and law enforcement. Law enforcement's probably there for a whole different reason, but again, it could be something that just sort of helps out with public safety, the whole 9 yards.
Your department inspectors would not have that enforcement, or would they?
We would have the ability to cite them and take them to municipal court, or either issue 5-phase if it's unpaid.
So we got a good slew of inspectors out
Correct.
there that
Yes,
can
ma'am.
look at things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. Commissioner Watkins?
It seems like we did this a couple of years ago, maybe. We broke it a year ago or two.
What, the inspector part?
No, I meant the date of licensing, because I remember it.
There was a
flipped or
change
something.
in
Yes,
something, or an attempt to be changed. That was before my time, so I didn't pay attention to it. But like I said, this one we noticed from withholding funds to getting permits and fees without license. It just sort of cleans it up, and it doesn't have somebody conducting business without a business license, which is typically what they're doing until
And that's my next question.
Yes, please.
Are we to the point, I think last time we talked about this issue, are we to the point where we can, with some confidence, say how many active businesses are making Bibb and who hasn't paid us yet?
I can tell you off the top of my head, it's roughly about 5,000 that we have. Now, when you say that haven't paid yet, I can't answer that right now, and the reason for it is because we were not able to migrate data that I think y'all are familiar with from the old database because of the issues. However, once we have this renewal time starting January, I will tell you that we will be able to go after it better because we have a baseline. And I can tell you that in the first 10 months, the collections were higher during COVID than they were the previous 12 months, and that was based upon you all allowing the ability to have the moratorium, well, not the moratorium, but the safe haven or whatever, to be able to renew their license without all the penalties. We had people coming back that had been expired for 4 and 5 years. So that's helped quite a bit. And like I said, our goal is, I'm working with the Macon-Bibb IT in conjunction with planning and zoning data, tax assessors data, and a couple other agencies to lay down a GIS map to where we can go after every commercial and industrial property to see what's out there and see if they have a business license. And it's going to be crucial or helpful that once we have these other partners in here, code enforcement, fire department, to assist us while they're out doing the same thing.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, sir. And I don't know who to direct this to, either council or Commissioner McCord, but so currently the process is Safe Built is doing this in concert with the fire department, and do they in turn, who coordinates it right now? It's a little bit muddy.
Coordinates what, sir? I apologize.
Or is like if there's a business name change, for instance, I know the fire department comes out, does Safe Built also go?
No.
And do they report that to you?
Now, I will tell you that anytime a business license, for example, the name change, if there's a name change, they have to come through our office per county code to change the name of the business. Right. If it changes any type of planning, zoning, or any type of the way they do business that may impact customer safety or anything, I believe that's when they go through fire inspection as well as code enforcement. But simple things where they're just changing business data, I do not think there is a reason to go through those organizations.
Yeah, so who coordinates it? You're going to coordinate it now in concert with not Safe Built, but code enforcement and the fire department, and they will report to you?
Yes. So, for example, we're working with the fire department and the Macon-Bibb IT that annually when the fire department, as an example, goes out and do their inspections, then they have the ability to look on the wall, which, as you know, under county code, every business has to have their business license displayed. And once they see, after the deadline, of course, that, or either during the process, if it's January through March, if they don't have an active business license, they annotate it on their smart pad or iPad or whatever type of tablet they have, and then it will automatically send us a notification that we need to go out there and have a look at that business and see if it's either they just failed to put it on display it, or either they're in violation of having a business license.
And you have how many inspectors?
I'm going to have 2. I'm looking at contracting either with a company to do it, or they're all part-time. There's nothing full-time on this staff.
And who decides when your inspectors go out versus code enforcement?
My inspectors will be going out based upon my recommendation or my direction, along with what we're doing with the IT department, which is going to be shared by all of these organizations. We're also going to have in the upcoming months, if everything works out, to where there's a reporting ability on our website, so people can report businesses that don't have, or they suspect don't have a business license, and then we can act accordingly as well.
Yeah. Seems to me the key is going to be communication. Correct. Between code enforcement and fire department, and that they are in fact communicating with you in a timely manner as to what the status, somebody's status is, and the steps that need to be taken.
Right. And again, it primarily falls on us. It just gives these others the authority to look for things while they're out doing their business.
But you're going to depend on good communication from
Correct.
code enforcement and fire department to tell you in a timely manner, hey, this one's not in effect, or it's expired, or whatever it is, so you'll be able to. Okay.
Correct, yes, sir.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We got Commissioner Wynn.
Yeah, just a small question again. How do you carry this out? Do you go down Vineville Avenue? Do you go down Ingleside? Do you go down Paonona? Do you look at all the businesses along there? How do you coordinate this?
So what we're going to be doing, again, all this falls on me. It just gives these other departments and the sheriff's office the ability to have that if they need that function. However, as I was telling you, working with Macon-Bibb IT, it's been an ongoing project for a while, to where we're laying down tons of data on a GIS map, and then overlay that with what we have on file with our business license. And to give you a very quick preview, we've been in communication with the Small Business Administration and the PPP loans that were going out. Then we're also looking at overlaying that data on top of it and see which ones have business license and which ones don't. And then we'll be able to route have efficient route through the GIS system to go out and hit areas at a time, and going to be very efficient, and it's not going to take as much time as just waiting to see what pops up next, so to speak.
Thank you for coordinating all this and handling this. I think this is going to be beneficial to Macon-Bibb.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. When we were talking about the inspectors and all of that, and that being personnel, I just had a question concerning where you fall as far as personnel within the tax commissioner's office. Are you kind of freestanding on some things like the sheriff's department is? I know that yours is an elected position. Where do the employees fall, and what if, say, there were a personnel issue, where would that?
Yeah, so as a constitutional officer like the sheriff, the probate judge, and the clerk of superior court, they fall under the auspices of the tax commissioner. And then a person who has any type of employment question or issue, I should say, has every right to go through EEO and then through federal court. Yes, ma'am.
But not through Macon-Bibb Human Resources.
Correct.
It's separate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Mayor, at some point I'd like to kind of review that, if we could. It's not an urgent thing, but I'd like to review that, because there is a difference in where you work and what your rights are, and where your protection is. And so I just want us to be aware of all of that. Maybe some are, but I know that there's some differences that we need to be aware of, so that if there are instances where we need to advise someone and they call on us for, where do I go with this, where do I go with that, or whatever, then we know this is for my information and anybody else who's interested. But I found that an interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you.
That's statutorily set, so we don't have any discretion in that, but we certainly can have them do a memo to let you know who it applies to. And he just specifically mentioned who it applied to as far as our county charter is concerned, but we can have the attorney send a memo if anybody has any questions about that. We do get questions from time to time. I never use the word advise, so we should never advise anyone to do something. We should point them in the direction that we believe they need to go get the answers to. So thank you for those comments. We do have a motion and second. Just a minute, go ahead.
Use whatever word you want to use, but
advising gets you in legal trouble, so I try not to advise.
Right, I understand, but we ultimately are responsible for all of these, in that we fund all of these. Some, we're required to, and some we have a little bit more leeway and say so in it, but that's our obligation to have this information, and I think it's important.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a motion and second on this item. Just let everybody know too, because this is a business license change, there will be the need, if this passes, to have a hearing. We'll conduct a hearing next week for any business license business owners that want to have a hearing to be heard, make any comments, public comments on this. So we'll make that arrangement if it passes. Just want to let you know that in advance. So this time we have a motion and second, and appears to be no other questions. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously. Be sent to consent agenda.
Thank you all.
Thank you for being here today.
I did, but I want to get with him afterward because, you know, he said something that was very interesting that Tallahassee mayor is doing about the PPP, but I do want to get with you on the entrepreneurship aspect of those folks that have home businesses. How can we manage those as well? And I'll get with you individual on that.
Yeah, please. I'm open. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. Now we're getting to the part of the meeting I know everybody's excited about. The news media, I'm sure, is going to be ready to film this, the most important part. So we have item D. You might want to miss this now. It's an ordinance with the annual Chapter 7 of the Code relating to the County Privilege License Administration. I was joking, by the way. Please don't do that. By the tax commissioners, changing our renewal period licensee, but most importantly, removing the requirement for yard sale permits. I know everyone stays up late at night like I do, worrying about whether or not they can get their permit granted for a yard sale, but have faith in your local government. No longer you have to pay that $2.50 that you never paid to get a yard sale permit. So I hope that's going to be the top news tonight at 6 and 11. So that is my motion, by the way. We're trying to clean this up. Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Jones. I heard somebody talking over here. Commissioner Watkins.
Oh, I know the yard thing, don't have any problem with that at all.
Right.
But the period for renewal of license seems to be infinitely more interesting than the yard sale.
Yes, sir.
So, and I think that was the light item we talked about last week, maybe? Or
No, this is a different item. I think this particular item here, that's relates to the March 31st, Mr. McCord.
you get like 4 months for free for some reason?
No, it just allows you the opportunity to renew in January. Is what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Previously, you had a alcohol license that would expire December the 31st.
That's still good.
But you had you could not buy your business license until April the 1st. Yeah. So this just changes that. So if you can just touch on that real briefly about that particular change.
Okay.
Sure. Good morning again, commissioners. This is just a change to bring privilege licenses and the business registration certificates on the same cycle so that they can be renewed together. So certain occupations, certain businesses are required to have privilege licenses or permits for their operation. So this will allow them to have both their occupation tax certificate and their privilege license renewed at the same time, be on the same cycle, be in compliance across the board.
Okay, so that the clause from, I know there was a one where it was somehow they resulted in saving they got like a month for free or something.
That was an alcohol license where we changed that last quarter to allow them to go ahead and have it for the whole next year. I think that you voted against.
Yeah, but that's not this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something different, but I appreciate that. Any other questions regarding this item? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries. Will be sent to consent agenda.
Thank you.
Going to move on to E, which is an ordinance to amend chapters 21 and 23 of the code in order to transfer the responsibility of issuing land disturbing activity permits from the engineering department to the Macon Water Authority pursuant. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Commissioner Bronson have a second. I'll let the attorney tell us briefly what that is.
So this follows up from the contract that the county entered with the Water Authority a couple of years ago to transfer our stormwater system over to the Water Authority. As part of that, we went to the General Assembly and asked them to pass a statutory update that would allow the Water Authority to become an issuing entity to issue land disturbing permits and monitor construction companies that are doing any land disturbing activity. The General Assembly has passed that law, and so now we've come to you guys just to update our code and say, to match what the General Assembly has done, to say that if somebody needs a land disturbing permit, then the Water Authority is the entity that issues the permit. The county, because the Water Authority can't enact penal ordinances, the county will always be the enforcement department or have responsibility for enforcement. But the permitting will be done at the Water Authority now if this passes.
Okay, we have attorney. We have a question, Commissioner Watkins.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if this is what land moving means, but the situation on Robin Hood Catch Basin, storm drains. I know we were trying to contact the water department to figure something out. Where are we there, and how does this impact that situation, or in situations like it?
I do not have a follow-up for you on that except for the email chain you saw that we turned it over to the Water Authority, but I will follow up, I believe that was last Thursday, So I've not received information back, but I'll check on that today.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Howell.
Yeah, after sitting through this same conversation on the Water Authority last week, this is just part of the transfer of authority over. This involves anytime you touch ground, period, whether it's house, anything to do with, and this is just part of, we cannot, the Water Authority cannot actually take over storm water completely until this is done. So this is pretty important that we get it through.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Any additional questions in this item? Hearing no question, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That's aye from Seth Court. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Move on to item 12A, which is a 5-year short-term work program. This is a resolution to adopt the Macon-Bibb County 5-year short-term work program and capital improvement element update. Who can tell us just briefly about this item?
I can.
Okay.
So this is for, especially for the folks that are new on the commission, this is something that we touch twice a year, every year. We're required as part of our grant eligibility for state grants to maintain a 5-year short-term work program. And this commission back in June approved a draft of that document. That draft was sent to the regional commission to review, and the regional commission sends it up to the Georgia Department of Community Affairs to review. And both of them have now accepted the draft that was submitted. And so this is the final approval step. And so typically every year you'll touch a draft for approval in summer and then a final for approval in fall. And so this is the final.
Thank you, Attorney McNeil, for that explanation. This is my motion. Can I get a second? Got a second by Commissioner Tillman. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Item 13 is a repeal of development impact fees. This is an ordinance to repeal any development impact fee programs that may now exist within Macon-Bibb County. I'll have Attorney McNeil give information on that prior to taking a motion in a second.
Right, so this relates back to the last item. This year when we sent the draft 5-year short-term work program up to DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, they commented, they didn't have any edits to the program plan itself, but they said that they noticed that in their records, Macon-Bibb County has a development impact fee program, which is a fee program that's allowed by state law, where if someone's doing any major construction or industrial development, we're allowed to impose and charge a fee based on the impact that that development has on our ground and our community. That somewhere in their records, they say that we passed one of these programs, either City of Macon or Bibb County, years ago, and that we haven't collected any money under this program in years and years. But because their records show that that such a program exists, it's something that we have to send them paperwork about, and that if for some reason someone were to miss that could void our eligibility for all state grant funding. And so what they recommended was that we repeal the program. I did personal research into this program. I asked the clerk's office to research into whatever ordinance or resolution created this program to begin with. Neither of us could find any record of when this program was passed or what the terms or conditions or operation of this program is. Department of Community Affairs could not find any actual legislation establishing this program. So all they're saying is, we believe our records show that you guys have one. And so the effect of this ordinance is to say, whatever is out there, we don't even know what it is. Let's go ahead and repeal it, just to make sure there's no uncertain terms, that there is no development impact fee program. If the will of the commission is to impose one or create one, this would still be the appropriate first step, because we don't even know what the background is. So if this is something y'all want, let's just repeal whatever may exist, and then we can talk later about possibly creating one. But because we don't know what's out there, this was a recommended step from DCA, just to make sure that we don't accidentally jeopardize our state grant eligibility.
That's a good explanation. Commissioner Lucas?
Yeah, I certainly would support that, because I think on the proposed development that was going to take place down here, we didn't we just eliminate that? Didn't we waive the impact fees? Wasn't it like $1 million something? I think that's what we've done on these large projects. I think we kind of waived
I'm not sure about
it.
that
So
particular
it was like,
property, but yeah, we have, there is evidence there's been some fees waived. We've communicated with, I believe, the Industrial Authority as well.
Yeah.
But right now, we can't locate anything on the books. We'd rather be safe than sorry. We can revisit this at a later time. We don't want to affect or to our detriment any grant eligibility that we have.
Right.
So our best solution is to follow the advice by DCA is to repeal this. We can visit at a later time if we think we need to.
agree,
do any impact.
we need to repeal it.
Okay. Commissioner Watkins?
Yeah, it's my understanding of the impact fees here, or typically those are the fees that, you know, for curb and gutter or some type of public utility that would get added. I know Industrial Authority, like, seems like we took the opposite approach of rather than having large tract developers pay for those type of things, we use that 704 fund to offset those type of costs as incentives to developers to come in, and then we do the pilot thing to recoup that money and split that a third, and a third. And at this point in our county, we don't really own the utility. So if you're a smaller developer, you pay Georgia Power, you pay the water authority to disconnect or run the water to your lines, and that doesn't approach us because we don't own any utilities as a county. So, I mean, that's just yeah, we need to repeal it. I was just giving some history.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. We do have a motion and second. No further discussion. All those in favor of repealing the impact fee or statute there, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries. Will be sent to the consent agenda. Commissioners, we reached that point in time. We're approaching 12 o'clock. We do have a need to go into executive session, and what I'd ask for from commissioners is that we go into executive session. We'll go ahead and say what the purposes are for. If you'll walk across to the commission's chambers, grab your lunch and go back to our executive session. We'll have a working lunch, but please do not talk about any items, county business. In the meantime, and we get an executive session, we'll follow all our normal codes and ordinances on that. But we will have a need to go into executive session. I have a light on, so I'm gonna answer that question in just a second. County Attorney, you got something to add?
Yes, sir. We are in open enrollment, so I've asked the HR director to come up and meet with each one of you very briefly to make sure that you have everything you need for open enrollment. So during your lunch, if it's outside of the working part, just know that that's why he's touching base with each of you.
Thank you, County Attorney. So again, we're going to walk across the hall, get your lunch, go back to executive session for the purposes intended. Commissioner Tillman, you have a question?
Yes, just before we go, I just want to know if anybody noticed that the whole state of Georgia this past weekend won every sports game there is, and that Alabama, the state of Alabama, lost every game or every sporting event, including my good friend Deontay Wilder, who lost to Tyson Fury in Alabama. So just want to know if y'all noticed that.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman, for that relevant information. We will now entertain a motion to go into executive session for consultation with our county attorney or other legal counsel to discuss pending or potential litigation, settlement claims, administrative procedures, or other judicial actions brought or to be brought against Macon-Bibb County. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Got a second by Commissioner Tillman. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Opposed, nay. We'll go into executive session. We will have some items to consider for a vote afterwards. We're now in executive session.